Okay, so I have turned on the recorder. The time is now 9:32 a.m. I'm going to call the meeting of the Venetian Community Development District to order. Today is Monday, May 8th, 2023. The first item on the agenda is the call to order / roll call. Those supervisors that are present are Rich Bracco, Ernest Booker, Ken Smaha, Jill Pizarro, and Cheryl Harmon Tarana. On behalf of District Management is myself, Belinda Blandon. District Council Andy Cohen is present. Field Manager Keith Livermore is present. Jeff Thomas, General Manager of the River Club, is present, along with Julia Cortina and Heather Alexander from Vesta Property Services. And for the record, there are audience members present as well.
Okay, very good.
The next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. We ask that you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please remove your hats.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Sorry. The next item on the agenda is the public comment portion of the agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, as a reminder, we will limit public comments to 3 minutes per person. Our first speaker is Rich Goodman.
Hi, Rich Goodman, 245 Portofino. I'm at it again with the dog park. I was at the facilities meeting and it wasn't brought up. And I would just like to see some action. We started on having a conversation about it with FP&L and or appropriate costs, so we can start budgeting potentially for it without knowing what the likelihood of doing it under power lines or costs. It's hard to say yes or no. So I'd like to do that. And then also with regard to the budget, I'd like to start seeing some budgeting done for 1, 3, 5-year plans, so we have an idea of what money we're spending this year, what we need to spend on, what we'd like to spend on next year, the year after that. So we're not doing something and then 3 years from now, redoing it again, wasting the money that we spent this year for something that we want to do better 3 years from now. Thank you.
Thanks, Rich.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tyler Gazelle.
Hi, good morning. I'll speak without the microphone. That's okay. I'm going to read something, so I'm not going to stand up. I'm going to read a little survey that I did. And at least over the last 10 years, the conversation with the board members have been about our community is falling behind. We need to update our community. And we need pickleball courts because everybody else has them. So we need those. So I decided to go and look at the surrounding newer communities here. I went to Aria, I went to Milano, I went to Cielo, and I went to Vicenza. And I did a spreadsheet on what they have and what we have. So I'm going to read you a couple of things on the spreadsheet here. First of all, people looking to buy into a community that has a golf course, they're out of luck, except that they buy in here. We've got an 18-hole golf course, we had a pro shop, we have a clubhouse with meals. If you're coming from the north, you're looking to play tennis, you're out of luck at all of those other clubs. They don't have even one tennis courts. We have 6 tennis courts, a pro shop, a tennis pro on site. Now, they do have some pickleball courts. Cielo has nothing. All they have is a small children's playground and a small dog park. Now, I've been over to these communities at least a half a dozen times. I went to Aria. They've got 4 pickleball courts. I've never seen anybody playing pickleball over there. I went to Milan at least 6 times. Only one time did I see 2 people playing. I went to Vicenza. One time I saw 4 people play. Nobody has a lap pool. We've got an outside bar, outside dining. We've got a big clubhouse. The clubhouses in all of those other communities are small. There's shelves. There's only a couple of couches and a couple of chairs inside. We have clubhouse meals. We have an exercise gym, exercise classes, exercise instructor, lockers, a staff activities director, social events. They don't have social events. We have an inside bar, walking path, children's playground. We don't have that. The only one that has it is Cielo. Bocce courts. Well, they have some over at Vicenza. But one of the big killers, all the other communities, they have those mailbox hubs where you have to drive up to the clubhouse to see if the mailman's come or not. We don't have that. We have sidewalk mailboxes, which is a huge thing for us. And also, we have a manned security gate. None of the other clubs have that. Aria may have one in the future, but they don't now. My advice, go take a look inside the other clubs, see what they have to offer. And what you will see, I'm going to send you this spreadsheet in an email, but what you will see is these other communities, they're not meant for people that are really going to live here. They're escape communities. They're people that want to escape from the north for 3 or 4 months during the cold weather, because virtually inside they offer nothing. Out of the 25 that I listed on this page, the VGRC has 21. The next closest is Milano. They have 6. The next closest is Vicenza. They have 6.
Tyler?
The next one is Aria. They have 3, and Cielo
Tyler, we're
has
gonna
2.
have to move on.
Okay? I'll
Appreciate it.
email this to you. The biggest negative we have, my final statement, the biggest negative we have is we have a CDD fee. They advertise no CDD fee, and that's a selling point for them. It's a negative.
Thank you, Tyler. Our next speaker is Suzanne Herbst Ecker.
Good morning. I'm not a public speaker, so you'll have to excuse me. But many of us have been upset with the running of the River Club for quite a while, and things don't seem to be improving here. We don't have any events scheduled for June, and the only events that we have scheduled for this month are the buffet on Thursdays and the Memorial Day dinner, lunch. The board has been asking for a financial accounting of outside events and resident events for quite some time. And I think that the response has been vague. And I think that the board needs to hold Vesta accountable and get a real accounting of our win-loss statements for these events. And why are we losing money? All of our events are well attended. While I know that the management has to answer to both us and Vesta, I think Vesta has to be accountable to the residents and provide the staff quality and events that we expect and quite honestly deserve for the fees that we pay. We go to brunch just about every weekend here, and the food and selection have greatly improved. However, yesterday they were short-staffed. 7 out of 9 of the coffee cups on our table were stained and dirty, and we had to wait for iced tea because there were no clean glasses. The restaurant was half full at the time, and this is not a new problem. Shortages of glassware have been going on for quite some time. We don't seem to be able to keep staff. Does anyone ask why they're leaving? I think staff morale is quite low at this time, and we have wonderful people working here who don't feel respected or appreciated, and we can't afford to lose them. Just one other issue. We've spent an incredible amount of money on tennis and the courts in the past year. Fitness is such an inexpensive undertaking by comparison and deserves the same respect. It's an integral part of the fitness, well-being, and good health for many of the members in this community. Who is running this program? Where has the budget gone for this program? And as you prepare the budget for the coming year, I urge you to invest in this as much as it is a much needed part of our community. Please keep the fitness room clean. It should be cleaned on a daily basis. I hate to complain, I just want to bring the River Club back to what it was when we got here. It was one of the primary reasons we chose to live here, and this is the heart of our community. Please bring back the fun events with good food and music that isn't always a buffet. And I just want to say, our staff is wonderful, Sarah is amazing, but we need to have events here. We had bingo, we had trivia, we had dance parties.
Sue, thank you. We're gonna have to move on.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Barbara, I'm sorry, it looks like Zito.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, I wasn't really prepared to speak, but this has been weighing on my mind quite a bit. One of the reasons that we bought here, and now I am living here on my own, is security. And one of the gentlemen here mentioned security. We have security. I don't think we have security, to be perfectly frank. On 2 separate occasions, I was a passenger in a car with someone who does not live here. On 2 separate occasions, we were just waved through. No one asked for my credentials, no one asked for my driver's license, nothing. why were we let in? Is that's what we're paying for? So I am very, very disturbed here. And as far as morale, as one of our members mentioned, the morale of the staff is really bad. I had an opportunity, I was at brunch yesterday as well, and the staff morale is the lowest I have ever seen. I said, how are you doing? And the response was, we're here. Not happy. They're not happy at all. So that's really it. I would love to be able, I bought in this property, in this community in 2005. My home has been here since then. And I have seen our community go from the top to the bottom in quality, cleanliness, everything else that I have seen. So I would love to see some attention paid to those things. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara.
Our next speaker is Darlene Schimber.
Good morning, everybody. I'm sure Rick is going to talk about this, but first I would like to address the rejuvenation that was done on the streets. I just want to know if there's a timeline for what is going to happen moving forward. I haven't seen anybody from this company come to look at the streets. Ours is particularly bad because we live on a cul-de-sac and it's destroyed. Is there a timeline associated with the repairs and the damages that they caused on our roads? I was going to talk about the tree, but Keith asked me not to. He says it's blooming and to go and look at it, so I'm going to do that today instead. Lastly, as you know, Tim and I are fans of the Sunday Brunch and the River Club. However, the idea of raising the prices again, which I would have talked about at the last meeting, but we're not allowed to talk after our 3 minutes, in the given 12 months is just not acceptable. The price was $9.95, then it went up to $12.95, and again raised to $14.95, which is still acceptable. $16.95 is too much to ask at this time. You have to remember that we already pay for this club in our taxes. I think doing this just when season ends is sending a wrong message to the residents who are here on a full-time basis. I would request that you reconsider your decision, as I think it is a very bad one at this time. I realize that the cost of goods have gone up, but there are other ways to cut back. And I was going to say that having too many people here, but now I hear from other people that they were short of staff yesterday. I don't want to include that in my comment. There are also some issues with the Sunday brunch that I have discussed with both Julie and Jeff. These issues definitely need to be resolved before you increase the price on this buffet. Thank you.
Thank you, Darlene.
And our final speaker is Cindy Martin.
Good morning.
Morning.
I just want to say about the fitness, the outdoor fitness being cut to 1 day and the hula hoop being cut. I don't know what kind of fitness you can do 1 day a week and reap the full benefit of it. I don't know why it's been cut. I've heard that it was budget cuts. I've also heard that Amy's paid a mealy, that's not the right word, but anyway, $45 per class. And I don't know how much is spent on tennis, but really, could we afford her 2 days a week moving forward? I need that class. A lot of us need that class. Not everybody plays tennis. And I just ask that we bring back that 2 days a week. Thank you.
Thank you.
There being no further speakers signed in, we're going to close out public comment at this time and move forward with our agenda. The next item on the agenda are the staff reports. Rick, do you have a report?
Yes, I do. The sidewalk repairs were completed. If anybody's got any concerns with that, we'll let me know, because I'm about to pay attention. Oh, yes, thank you. I was hiding the camera there. So the radar sign replacements have been ordered. Not sure how long that will take, but they have been ordered 2 of those. There was two that doesn't work. One was completely damaged by the hurricane, and the other one just doesn't work anymore. So, the roadway rejuvenation, I drove through before the meeting to look, and a lot of the garbage truck tracks are fading pretty well. So I think that's just a matter of the time. A lot of the streets look pretty good. A few, when they just put it down, when the garbage trucks come through, that's the worst, but they're looking better. The striping is all starting to come back, so I think it's just gonna be a little bit, the time for that. On the road repairs, I've been working with with Jerry Jasper on the reserve committee. Specifically right here on the Portofino, we've got 4 manholes that are raised up about probably an inch to inch and a half. Just looked at that roadway again. The rest of the road still looks pretty good. So my thoughts, but it's still gonna be your decision. I would just put a 15-foot patch on either side of the manholes, feather that in, and then blend that in instead of redoing all of the roadway. But I was gonna get a price to Sherry for just redoing that piece of the road.
Okay.
The Torcello court is bad, so I had downgraded that.
Okay.
So whenever we do any paving, I definitely want to pick up that. So they were planning to do 3 the areas, and that is one I would definitely want to add on. So if we are gonna do Portofino, I would say let's just do both of those, not just the cul-de-sac, but the court. You just because you don't want to just leave that spot there. Pickleball. I have been reaching out to various vendors. It's slow getting all of the bids in, but I am making some good headway with that. Let me pass something out here. Sorry, I'm sharing you. I'm taking it with you here.
Thanks.
Some of these came in over the weekend, so I'm still anticipating 2 more bids for a lot of the site work with that. What I've done is I've color coded this, so you can kind of see how I've come up with some bottom line, the numbers. A&J, which has done a lot of work for us, they could do the demo and the site preparation. Sports Surfaces is the yellow numbers. So what I'm doing is I'm kind of mixing and matching that. I'm working with both vendors to make sure we still get warranties on the work. So if we do the site prep, Sports Surfaces is fine with doing what they specialize with, and they will give us the 2-year warranty. The only number I don't have right now is the brick pavers and the landscape. So those are the only 2 other numbers I got left to get. I am expecting 2 more contractors to give me some numbers. Some of them specialize in the full pickleball surfacing and all that. So I'm expecting the numbers. You can see that bottom line is 145,810. I'm thinking the brick pavers is 30,000 maybe, And then the landscape, and I don't know how much that is. I don't have the handle on that. So that's where I've got as of probably 8:30 this morning. But I was trading some emails with another vendor yesterday. So I'm expecting some more numbers with that. Also, permitting status, I've been working with the city. We have to get a construction permit, and I've been working with them because I don't have a contractor. We're gonna have multiple, so I'm working with them to pull that permit through me. And it seems like we're just about there, so we're getting really close with all that. And I believe that's all I got, unless we've got something for me.
Thanks, Rick.
I have a question. I see all this. What about your fee? You know,
Project management.
where are you factored in here?
With the two vendor system and then the landscaper being the one that we have, I could guesstimate some numbers, I guess, yeah.
Well, I would think it would be a significant addition to what we have here. So,
Oh, no, it won't be significant.
oh, good.
No, definitely not.
Good.
I mean, the demo work is really minimal, and when they're out here, when they're starting every major phase, I was planning to be here, but I don't have to stay here all day for that, so.
Oh, go ahead, Ken.
So Rick, other than the acoustic fence, what other sound mitigation actions are we taking?
Landscape.
So there'll be hedges or
That red tip cocoa plum,
shrubs?
and that grows really big, thick, and it could grow.
How high does that get?
Well, I believe we can maintain that to about 8 foot high, but it could grow
I
higher.
guess that high.
And that's gonna be put along the, outside of the parking lot as well? Okay.
Yeah, what else we're looking at is to enhance the south side of the parking lot. We do have some houses right over that side, so I've asked LNP
They're not here today.
to give me some numbers. I guesstimate around 75 feet or so on the one, and then, fill in another area.
I got two quick ones, Rick. But staying on that, actually, so on this side, if you will, when you come into the River Club driving in, and on the left, if you're looking at the pickleball courts, what are you gonna see? Are you gonna see a fence with black curtains there?
On the south side, it was going to be open on the south side. If I enclose that completely with fabric, it would be really hot inside there. So you're gonna see the acoustic fence on the west side and the north side. So the south and the east would be open.
Because I'm just thinking, the homes that are at the top end of Portofino then have absolutely nothing between them and the courts.
That's what we're talking about
That's
putting
where the
in.
edge is.
That's why I brought up the bushes along this side of the
Well, it
parking
seems to
lot.
me that the top two of the top of Portofino aren't gonna have anything because of the angle, but, you know.
There are 3 layers of
Yeah.
vegetation that we could always supplement.
And actually, if I can interject also, Landscape Committee and Keith, we've had this conversation, and the recommendation will be that we do the whole parking lot with the pickleball courts. So we will fix the islands, that all needs to be done, and the vegetation all around the whole parking lot, which will actually enhance the sound barrier. And to do it consistently with what's at the pickleball courts, so it doesn't look like we have A and B.
Yeah.
County One
Yeah.
project.
Yeah, I'm frankly, I'm very concerned about how it's gonna look coming in. And then I'm, out of curiosity, bid item 16 about the court surfacing. So I'm just looking at sports surfaces in Courtco. One is for 14.5 and Courtco's for 67,470. So, fourfold. Why are they so different?
I'm not sure if they, because I did not reach back out to them because of the highness of their number. I am expecting 2 more numbers to come in for the surfacing, and that way I could see how they compare.
Okay.
I don't know if they are possibly including,
It looks way too low to me.
right, I'm thinking they are probably including the bid item 8 with that number. I'm thinking that's what they're doing, but they don't fill out my form. They give me their way to figure it out, and they didn't follow any of my bid documents. So I'm thinking they're including the asphalt with that number.
Because my concern looking at this is 16, if you're just looking at those two, 16 for sports surfaces looks grossly low. I don't see how you can get all that for 14.5. It looks ridiculously low.
So you say 16, I'm looking at 25.
Why ain't your bid item 16?
Item 16.
Which is the surfacing of the pickleball courts, 2 coats of stuff, posts, lacing, pickleball nets, 3 of them, all for 14,500. Sounds like a screaming deal. Anyway,
Why do you feel that way?
it sounds like a lot of work for that for such a small amount of
The
money.
coating? It's just the acrylic coatings and the net.
On top of the asphalt.
Yeah, oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
On top of the asphalt.
yeah, okay.
What they do with that is they'll come in,
67,000 was crazy.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Well, that's
What
gotta
they-
include asphalt.
What that is, once the asphalt is
Uh-huh,
down, what they do is they'll come in, they'll flood
okay. Maybe I'm not
the
understanding.
area. They'll flood it out, they'll find any little bird bass. And they have a very fine grout. And they'll fill in all that and they'll grind that smooth. And they'll come in with 2 coats of primer, 2 coats of paint, stripes, and then that's pretty much what it is. So yeah, the 67 was way, way high.
Okay, that's helpful, thanks. That's all I had.
Any other questions for Rick?
Start to finish, how long?
Sports Co. said that once the site prep is ready for them, they're 4 weeks out. And once they come in, their part is probably 2 weeks time. And then we just need to finalize the landscaping following that. So I'm thinking in a couple of months, we could be playing out there.
Okay.
And could like Superior Asphalt do item 8 by itself? Like, are you gonna be able to pick and choose a little bit?
Depending on the vendor, yes, I did ask Superior, they will do that. But I need to make sure that the vendor that's coming in to do the surfacing will still honor warranty work. So that's what I have to weigh that out against. I mean, some of these guys may utilize them for asphalt anyway. So if that's the case, then I'm sure they would, but that's just something, like I said, I got numbers over the weekend, so I was trying to put this together as soon as I could.
Okay.
So with the things that are missing, do you project the total cost? Or is it too much detail left to be done?
Yeah, like I said, I was just rushing to get this done, to jump in the car, so I really hadn't a lot of time to analyze it, but I do feel way better with the bottom line.
Okay, so more to come on this as the rest of the bids come in and you do the rest of the work involved.
And the permitting, like I said, I'm expected to get that this week, so we should be pretty much ready to move forward by the next meeting.
Okay.
Quick question on Portofino. So when you say 15 feet to leveling, are you talking 15 feet on each side of each manhole?
Correct. So 30-foot patches.
Seems like a lot. But to me, I mean, I
Well,
ride down there.
Actually, 2 of them wouldn't need that. The other two I could get away with a lot less.
Yeah.
The northern 2 are the highest.
The two
The
closest
2 southern
us
ones
are the
are
worst.
much
Yeah.
smaller, so I could get away with less, yes. I mean, I could probably, they got the concrete collar underneath the manhole.
Yeah.
And so that's what's bleeding through, so that concrete collar, I didn't measure it, but,
Is it like in a golf cart? I mean, you hit that, it's jarring. So it's just.
And that's why.
But again, 15 feet seems like a lot. I'm not an engineer.
Yeah.
You gotta slow down.
Go around it.
I can't go more than 22.
Quick question, Rick, just one more thing on the pickleball courts, the Acoustifence panels, because it's however many feet it is, right, it's
154.
54 feet. I assume those have to come down if there's a hurricane or a big storm coming.
I was looking at the literature, they're good for 180 mile an hour.
How's the
Now-
fence, though?
Exactly.
It's the fence that creates.
Exactly. So, they do tell us that these are removable, so I would like to see the installation to know how much the effort it would be to pull them down. They may just be zip ties, I don't know.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Any
Rick.
other questions? Thank you, Rick. Danny, do you have anything to report?
I don't have anything in particular to add, but I did send the board, the end of last week, a memo with regard to a question about firearms at the River Club. So I'm glad to try and answer any questions there. But the quick summary is that, as I had guessed at our last meeting, I knew that because I looked at it before, you cannot have firearms at a public government meeting. And then there's also a pretty hard and fast rule that you can't have it in the bar area. Other than that, the case law is a little unclear. As we talked about at the beginning part, things are rapidly changing in our legislature with regards to concealed weapons and permits and permit lists, et cetera. As a private entity, we would clearly have the ability to regulate firearms on our premises. As a government entity, which everybody knows that we are, a little bit more questionable since, as the memo alludes to, the legislator has spoken in that arena. So there's a potential issue with us as a government also speaking in that arena. All of that being said, that's sort of where we came out. I'm glad to try and answer any questions.
Well, I think, so it's not gonna happen today. I think sometime before July 1st, this board should make a decision as to what we're going to do in terms of firearms. And we're covered in the bar area. I assume we're covered at the Tiki Hut as well, because that's liquor is served out there. And I don't know what the perimeter would be, but as a board, we're gonna have to decide whether or not we're going to make it more restrictive. I realize that we might be not so much on a slippery slope, but I read the memo very carefully that was sent. I thought he did a very, very good job. Thank you for having that done. It's enlightening for all of us, but we'll have to talk about it a little bit more.
Yeah, and the other issue which we allude to is, of course, enforcement, which was also mentioned at the last meeting. We don't have metal detectors at the door. We're not frisking people, so, you can, as we talked about in many different arenas, when we have a rule, how do we enforce it? So,
Now, Vesta has its own policy about weapons of any sort, be it firearms or guns or whatever, for their employees.
Okay.
So we seem to be, from the way I read the Vesta policy, we seem to be pretty well covered that way.
Okay.
Yeah,
I haven't seen.
Oh, I could forward that one to you. I got it from Ginger, because
Okay.
I asked
Sure.
if there was something specifically, and it is quite specific in there.
Okay.
And I will forward that to you. But I think we have some discussion on that issue.
Okay.
Thank you, Ed.
Other than that, I'm glad to answer any questions on any other topics.
We do have the consideration of the CPI
Oh, yes.
increase
That's what
letter.
I thought.
I'm sorry about that.
Behind tab number
That is
one
on
for
the
your
agenda. Those of you who've been on the board for a while, remember that our engagement letter has a CPI built into it. So every year, right around this time, while you're doing your budgeting, we notify you of the CPI that will go into effect October 1st with your new budget year. This year's CPI is 6%. We elected to reduce it to 5% like we did last year. I just did a little back of the napkin math of looking at what your budget is and, number of hours, if it all stayed the same, looks like it'd be about a $3,000, maybe $3,500 budget impact. And I know that Belinda has put in your proposed budget $3,100 increase. So I'm glad to answer any questions, though.
We need a motion, right?
We would need a motion to.
I think we have in the past done it.
I'll make a motion that we accept the price increase.
So, that's second.
The last increase was last year's budget.
Yes. Any other questions?
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Amy.
Is this less than Jeff Boone would charge?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It's less than the other.
That was good.
It's less than a lot of,
Once in a while, then.
it might be more than others, but we're worth it.
Jeff does not have a report, but he does have the presentation by the North Star Plug Management Systems. A representative is actually here for a presentation. Jeff, do you want to?
Okay, yes, please. We've invited Robin, and forgive me for forgetting.
Robin
your last-
Michael. The last name's so easy, Michael.
Robin Michael is here from North Star to do a presentation on North Star's club management system, software system. And we thank you very much for joining us today and for
It's great to be here.
presenting.
Thank you. I just have to get a little hooked up here. I didn't want to disrupt you guys by coming up here and setting up fun for doing your report. So.
Let's see. Chair.
Give us a moment, guys. Well, I can get started. I know what I'm talking about here. I'm Robin Michael, Director of Sales with North Star for Florida and for Texas now. So I've always been dedicated for years. I don't know if I need this, but can you guys hear me without it? Okay, because I don't want to blow the place out. I've worked at many different software companies, and one time they put me next to the Chief Information Officer's office, which was the biggest mistake ever, to put a salesperson next to a techie person's office, because he was like, do you have an inside voice? So I don't. So I think everyone's gonna be able to hear me. It's a pleasure to be here this morning while Jeff's trying to get me hooked up over here. I just want to give you a little background about North Star, about myself, what I do. I live right here in Venice, number one, so I'm very close to this organization. I've known about it. I've lived down in Venice for 18 years, and I absolutely love this area, and you have a beautiful property here. Jeffrey reached out to me because the challenges about kind of taking a look at technology. With what we do, we are an all-in-one solution for private clubs and communities. What I mean by that is you can gain efficiencies in operations by having one system that operates this club. So from the website to a resident app to your reservation suite, booking your pickleball courts and tennis courts and dining reservations, and having that all flow through to the back office through the point of sale so that things are really streamlined. We have over 1,000 clubs and communities utilizing our software throughout the country and the world. We have the largest development team as well in the industry. And so I have about 20 years of software experience right in the private club industry, working with organizations like yours to really take a look, come in, peel back the onion and say, okay, if you've been doing the same old for a while, I think that that's what Best is looking at, is to say, how can we raise the level, enhance your experience as the members here. Thank you. I don't know why it's still not translating. I don't know what this.
This is no signal, there's something else that's not plugged in. Probably the wrong HDMI cord.
Sorry.
No problem.
It looks like something's happening now, folks. Okay, awesome. We're in. Yeah, focus. It's right there. Yeah, a little bit. Maybe this. Okay, guys.
That's better.
Thank you so much. This is nothing compared to what I've been through in presentation, so I appreciate the help. So a little bit more about how we're gonna help you guys or want to help you guys is, like I said, we have been around since 2003. So many years doing what we do. A couple things I want to hit on before I talk about how I'm going to help you is we have 430 employees. That is across our country, as well as all of our implementation specialists in all of our corporate office. With our founders, comes out of Alpharetta, is based in Alpharetta. And then we also have an office out in Karachi, which I always say it's a little bit farther east. Because I've had board members before be like, Brian, is Karachi in Georgia? I'm like, no, a little bit farther east. So Karachi is a city of 15 million people, is a technology hub. We do not outsource our development. Our founders are from India and from Karachi. And so we are able to do what we do and be recognized as the best club management system in the industry year after year by Boardroom Magazine because of what we bring to the table. So you're going to see some innovation with some of the things I show you today with regarding that. Right now, you all are using Club Essential for the website, and you're using a different back office system. So the back office system is a system that's called Easy Suites, Easy Links. Everyone refers to it differently because it's bought a different company. So there's been companies that you're utilizing right now that have been bought and sold, that have bought different products that try to piece those products together. The difference between North Star and a key difference is our system hasn't been bought and sold. Our system hasn't been jerry-rigged together. Our system is truly one database. It's browser-based, so from a back office user perspective, the great thing is Jeffrey, well, it's a great thing, maybe not a great thing, he's on vacation. He wants to go in and see, hey, how are we performing? I need to look at some reports, things like that. He can do that from his iPad. So again, browser-based operations. Things like table-side point of sale I'll talk about and how we do that. A couple other things, mobile-friendly system. Everybody, I don't know, are you guys using any tablets right now here at the club to take ordering?
No.
Okay, that's been a huge game changer, and I'll talk about that as we move through. But a little bit more that's unique about North Star is we are unlimited user licenses. So I work with a property to say, what are the needs of Venetian River Club? And we have modules, and then we map out, okay, so what's the cost to implement based on your modules? I have 26 modules, you guys. You will not need all 26. I have a system that can operate, which it does at Kings Point, a gatehouse. I have a system that can be your POA management product. So again, I go into properties like Treviso Bay and Naples. When I got on the scene there, they had 7 different software systems they were using to try to operate. And we brought them down to 2. And I say 2 because the company also owns, we acquired Chelsea Tea Time system, and I have a lot of Florida clubs that still use Chelsea and still want to use Chelsea, although we have our own Tea Time system. So they kept that. So that's always something that we go in with a very consultative type of approach to say, what are you doing today and how can we expedite things? We also have 24/7 support. No one in the industry does that 365 days a year. It is not a call center. Anyone that you call into on a Friday night, if you're not talking to your account management team, you're talking to somebody else's account management team. So 24/7, I at home, being the sales rep, when I have to get in touch with someone, can pick up the phone and call support. I have other ways of contacting them as well, and they know that. This is just a sampling of some of the North Star clients. We're really known for managing anything from a very small operation, like the Stovall House is a newer club, social club in Tampa. It's not that big of an organization, but they were built a couple years ago and they wanted the latest and greatest in software, and they went with us. And then we have Polo Club of Boca Raton, which is, if anyone's familiar with them, that was one of my first deals that I signed 7 years ago when I got to North Star, and I was like, okay, because it's huge. It's probably the second or third largest revenue generating club in the country. It is a machine. They have 6 big dining locations, and everything that they do is managed through North Star. Kiowa Island Club, another one. Oh, and by the way, Jeffrey, they were on IBS, which Easy Sweets bought IBS, so horrible name of a company, but I digress. You're like, yeah. So Polo Club, I also have Grow 23. That's Michael Jordan's club. My trainer loves to go there because he sees Mr. Jordan often. And we need a big club. We have like a mecca of our clubs are in the Naples and East Coast region, just because that's just how it goes. You sign one club, you got a cluster of clubs around. So I would say even in Naples, I hold the market down there. I probably have the most of the market share there. Shadowwood Country Club, the Field Club, if anyone's familiar with that beautiful property in Sarasota, they've been a long-time client. Plantation Golf and Country Club is owned by Concert Golf Partners. Many of you probably already know that. Concert Golf works with us on everything. They transitioned their website from Club Essential. They had all 33 properties on different back offices. They moved everything. They've been a long-time partner of ours, and they use everything at Plantation. So again, I just wanted to give you guys some samples. So Club Now app, which I'm, Rich, just get the hook out. Okay. I have no problem. You cannot offend me.
Thank you, Robin.
So the Club Now app, I just wanted to give a sampling. I'll be back, hopefully, to give you guys real life examples of the software. But the Club Now mobile app, you can do everything just from your phone. I mean, everything. So we even have a feature where if you wanted to be able to have your, check sent to you. So you don't want to sit there and wait for the servers. Every club is having a staffing crisis. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter where you go. My clubs are hurting so badly. It is horrible. And I'm talking any level club, any size of club, every, association meeting that I go to, it's about that problem. So what we're trying to do is think of ways to how do we help mitigate this with technology? So that's one way, because with Club Now app, you can make all your reservations through it. You can do your account statement payment through it. However, you can also get your checks push notification to you. So you don't have to wait for the server to come back, okay? You can even say, review it and look at open check, do a little survey, they send you a survey and you tell them what your experience has been. So that's just one example of how we're trying to help expedite things. NS Connect, that is our website product. So you guys, again, are currently, you're like a two-legged stool right now. You've got the Club Essential site and you've got something different on the back office. Again, this is all bringing it into one. NS Access Control, this is not maybe your top priority, but as we think about security, we do, and I know the River Club isn't responsible for, the gates here, but we have a gatehouse module. Our software can manage visitor management so that you can put in through our system your schedules, your visitor schedules. And that's if we were to take over everything, but that's what we do. But if we don't even do that, you may have, I heard, you have a fitness center. Things like having a digital member card on your app, right? That you can just gain access to certain areas of the club. If you guys want to have more security and access control, all I have to do is North Star, it's the only hardware we provide, but there's an access box. You guys have seen the little things that, you scan your card or anything and you get into the room. This is more bringing it on the app to a digital member card. You just have to wave your card, you go in. Or say somebody says, hey, do you have your card? It's right here. Because it's always with you, right? Because it's on your phone. NS Office, that's the back office system. That's where all the bones of the system are. But just a sampling of it, Tea Times is not applicable to you guys here, but dining reservations, event registrations, port bookings, everything would be right in the app for you. Grab and go ordering. Are you guys doing any of that? Like through an app? Okay, so if I'm by the pool, if I'm out there, really anywhere, if you can set up grab and go ordering. So, like I have clubs that if I'm sitting by the pool, or I'm in the pool, I can go and order and somebody brings the drink to my chair. That they actually have the little flags like they do in the resorts that number the chairs, and as convenience I can do that. Or I could just swing by the club, I've already put my order in, and pick it up. And then I get notified through push notifications on the app or through text, all that stuff. Being able to chat with your buddies and building buddy groups through the app. So if I'm in the app and I see, hey, this port's open, and I'm just kind of like, want to send a quick message to my tennis group or whatever my groups are, I can do that. And then I think I talked about everything there. A custom website design. So we can create a beautiful site. I'll send you also, Jeffrey, some examples of our premium design layouts. We have probably 50 of them that you can go and look at these beautiful site designs and see, what best fits Venetian River Club, and then we can tweak it and enhance it. And I will tell you, you have to have a website, right? The website doesn't go away, but every member is gonna be all about the app, because the app is all about brevity. It's where you can go to quickly access stuff. So, for more things that you need, like if you wanna look at community documents and things like that, you could just bring those up on the phone in a PDF as well. So the back office, again, 26 modules, browser-based, which is key, and over 500 reports. Bless you. So food and beverage. This is where no one can touch us. So in F&B, which at many clubs, that's what it's all about, right? Is we're foodies. And we have now, for 5 years, we worked with, just like we did with Vesta at Kings Point. When I signed them many years ago, we didn't have Gatehouse. And this is the unique thing about North Star. Because I have dev resources, they said, but can you build it? And we knew we wanted to get more into the POA market too. So we did. Well, same thing with this kitchen display system. It's gonna be hard for you guys to see, but you know how in Dunkin' Donuts, they can do their management of the orders because they have the monitors. Well, picture in a club, the big digital monitors, and it's all digital ticketing, okay? Game changer for us. 5 years ago, Cherokee Town and Golf Country Club, very renowned property worldwide, came to us. They're in Atlanta. So they came into the office, the GM, his team, and they said, why can't we have KPS? All these restaurants have it. It's like the club industry is always running a little bit behind other F&B types of industries. And so we said, let's build it. Let's work on it together. That was 5 years ago. Now other providers are trying to play catch up to that, but nobody can touch us because think about all the enhancements we've made to kitchen display system all this time. Now, for a member, you may think, oh, I don't really care about that. No, you do. You care about that because what happens here is this is what tableside point of sale can do. This is our mobile friendly point of sale, okay? It's designed specifically for your servers that are on tablets to quickly be able to put in the order tableside. It goes from the tablet, no walking back and forth anymore. It goes from the tablet to the KDS. So with KDS, you have an expo screen, you have a cold screen, because you're probably gonna have a cold line, you're gonna have a hot line, you may have a saute line. I have hundreds of clubs now on both. Because you do this, plus this, 6 to 8 minute reduction in the ordering process, in order fulfillment. And you can actually see, if I'm the manager, I can look at this hostess view here, and Jeffrey would be able to just take a quick glance and see the floor plan, and there will be indicators on it with a wrapping of okay, in red, appetizer's been buying. I know you could actually press down on that table and it will show you the order life cycle so far. So if you're trying to get a gauge of where's my dining room at? Like what's the movement and do I have a problem? Or if Rich says to you, I'm not picking on you, Rich. Not a good idea to pick on the board president, but if Rich said, geez, Jeffrey, last night it felt like it took forever to get served. He has data behind it. He has metrics. You guys can get all that information because you have one system. So you can make better decisions on all this stuff. Your servers can get in orders quicker, can serve more people potentially, and we don't have this issue where everyone's complaining because they had to wait forever to get things going. So that's a huge game changer for us. Another big game changer for you guys would be getting the data, especially for Vesta too, getting the data out of what is happening here at Venetian River Club. So what we've done is we built North Star Insights using Microsoft Power BI platform because it's Microsoft. We were working on our own BI and then we're like, hold my beer, because it just is a solid platform to build it off of. And what we get is a GM dashboard example. So I have probably 20 different dashboards that I can provide to my clients. So you launch, you get the data going. Yeah, you can come on up. You can get the data as we're moving along, right? You're cranking on us, you're getting data. First month, it may be like, you don't have a lot to compare, but as you get going, you can actually, each day, Jeffrey would know, or whoever has access to these links would know how we're doing, And that's just, so for each department, we have dashboards. So these are only a few examples, you guys. So this is stuff that can get exported into a PDF or into a PowerPoint, and really, again, visuals are everything, right? And we design it based on you all, like, okay, maybe you like pie graphs more than you like data, these types of things. And so cash and banks, these are my GM consolidated reports. So when I'm here online, I can keep clicking and clicking and clicking on these numbers. It will keep giving, I can break down, I can see, okay, so what's the aggregate? What makes up these numbers? And you would have that updated every day. So everybody knows where they stand on things. Member analysis. This was actually a real club that let me take the report, so I had to cross out a lot of stuff. This is where they want to see member count by gender. And you can filter all these. You can change the data. You can filter on, change dates and when you're querying. Look at average age, all kinds of things. There would be a couple people that we would train on how to utilize this tool. So this is something that is hard to get when you use all different systems. How am I doing on time? I know you got a lot.
Yeah, we do.
So I can come back right down. I'm right down the road, and I can show you guys, the whole system from the front end experience, the website, the app, that whole member resident experience, all the way through the back office, and you'll see what you can gain from one system.
Robin?
Yes.
Is this available on both a subscription model or purchase software module?
It's a subscription model.
It's
That's
all
a good
subscription?
question. Yeah, we're a subscription, so it's a software subscription model where, the support and maintenance is rolled in. So we come out also with 1 to 2 big releases a year. We don't stay stagnant, and that's all part of that subscription fee. So it gets rolled in, and that's important because, development costs money, okay? So we do have the advantage because our development doesn't cost as much money as it costs a Club Essential or some of these other companies. So what happens is, when you're a company that's been bought by a venture capital company, that's the Club Essential that you're dealing with right now, you're gonna sell it eventually, right? So you're careful with your investment, you're careful with your R&D. And so what you will hear in the industry as far as new product, enhancing what we already have. I just came off of a week of corporate meetings talking about, they don't tell the sales stuff, the salespeople things until the stuff's ready. So it's been very exciting because we made a big purchase that will be announced soon, as well as coming out with a new product that will be announced soon as well. So we just don't stop, we keep going. And I'm not saying that we're perfect, because no software company, no company is, no club is, but we are the best in the business for sure.
Well, a question on the hardware, because obviously there's tablets and
Yes.
other things involved, so, how does that work?
That is something that the club would purchase.
Okay.
Do you all have an IT provider that you always work with on that front? Okay.
That's correct.
You would go.
Standard, like if we have a standard tablet.
Yeah, I like to recommend, I've heard the latest Samsung has good processing now. A couple years ago when I launched clubs on, because they're more affordable. They were not where the iPad mini was, but I've heard, and this is why I would say if you did move ahead, we would test that, right? Let's test an iPad mini with the table side. Let's test a Samsung Galaxy, let's see. And keep in mind, you have to have strong Wi-Fi wherever you're utilizing those. So,
Robin,
this worked great for me today, but yeah.
if we didn't use your back office system, how good is your integration and who do you integrate with?
You have to use the back office system. We're not a standalone like website solution, so it's all in one.
I think it would be a good idea if you, if we're gonna look into this a little bit further, come back when we have a lot more time to deal with it. And maybe
Absolutely.
give us a cost analysis of where this would be dollars and cents wise for us.
Yep.
And there'd probably be lots more questions then.
Absolutely, yeah. So I appreciate this. I just wanted to give you guys a taste of North Star.
Thank you,
A
Robin.
taste of Italy.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Robin.
Thanks.
Very good.
Interesting, you bought Chelsea.
Oh, yeah, that was about 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they have some clubs we want. We want it.
Planning ahead, Joe, planning ahead.
Does anybody need a break?
Yeah, how about we take Ernest already took a break. so-
Okay, so we are going to, we're gonna take a 5-minute break.
Sure.
5-minute break
Okay.
Sounds awesome.
at 10:35.
Sure.
All right.
Thank you.
Awesome, thanks. Yeah.
Thanks, Rick.
You know, yeah, right there.
Absolutely, right mind, for leaving.
Yeah.
That's always good.
Craig jumped in, I was just talking, I actually
Okay. And we are back on the record at 10:44 a.m. We're gonna go back to staff reports. Keith, do you have anything to report?
Just a couple little things. The tree lives. I just want to say it again. You gotta walk up to it and you'll see green coming out, so the tree lives. Hope it continues. And you all got some emails about some of the preserve areas, especially one that they sent some pictures. It looked pristine at one moment, and then they went in and they took care of a bunch of pepper trees that was in that preserve, pretty big area. So I had Solitude go out and give me a price of what it would be to remove those dead pepper trees, okay? Because it's been the custom of the board not to go into a preserve and to pay to cut this out, because we have 27 of them. And pepper trees are always going to be growing. So it's a constant thing. Well, to cut that out and do is $9,571 for that area. So not all. One area. So not all preserves are that big, but if we're going to do this, we need to budget for it, 9,571 times 27.
This is the Balanza Court area.
Yep.
If we take out the pepper trees, what will happen? I mean, is that gonna fix the look of that preserve, or is there something else we need to do?
No, that'll pretty much do, because most of that is all pepper trees.
So it doesn't
And that's
need
the
more-
only thing that we can take out.
Doesn't
okay,
need more
it-
plants, is what I'm saying. It's
No.
not gonna, okay.
Because it's an invasive species, it can be taken out. If it's a willow tree that dies, it's gotta stay. So, but if we don't kill the pepper trees, it'll take over and kill everything else, and all you have is a preserve with pepper trees in it, and that's not a good thing. So, and if we
have to do something.
or go with the status quo, and let them die, and will it come back and be, it's hard to say. But it's, if you do it at one, it just gets passed around, and so, it's just something that I think you may want to look at to be budgeted.
Of the 27 preserved areas, do you know how many of them are in the same condition?
No, but they all have pepper trees that get killed, all right, and get cut or however they do it. So there is, every one of them is going to have some type of look that doesn't, this one, very extensive, and it really is the whole length of, some of it's just a little bit of a section, so it's not going to be quite this price. And nobody says that we have to use Solitude to do it, okay? I just got them to give us a price. We can get an LMP just to cut and take the pepper trees out, or some other removal company. So, but there's a price that needs to be.
Okay.
Okay?
Can I reword my question? Sorry.
Go.
My question is, so when we got the thing from Solitude, the email from Solitude, she said it would improve the look if we possibly add it. So what I'm asking is, let me change it. If we take the pepper trees out, are people gonna be happy in your estimation? Or are they gonna still want it to look different? That's really, I think the pepper trees are one thing, but are we actually solving the problem, or are we not?
Yeah, there's other stuff. It's mainly about the pepper trees, okay, because they get so viney, and if we were to take it out, the look would be better, yes, but you're still gonna have, on occasion, you're gonna get dead willow trees, and they're big, and some of them are massive, and sorry, can't take it out. So,
That's kind of what I needed to know.
Well, it's a bit of a hornet's nest.
It is.
Because you open that up. You've heard residents say, we bought it here 20 years ago, we paid for a premium lot with this view, and now our view is terrible, and there's dead stuff in there. There's stuff that's grown up, that of course it's grown over 20 years.
Right.
where do you stop is my only concern. I mean, if it turns out our average cost isn't $9,000, it's $6,000, it's still $160,000 to do all of those. Personally, I empathize with a lot of homeowners that did pay a premium for a lot. Now their view that was beautiful is now not so great. But we certainly have other priorities with hurricane damage. And B, how do you prioritize? Where do you stop? You're gonna have to do something in all of them. And I just, at this point in time, I don't think we're ready to address it. We may be in a couple of years, once we've taken care of all the other landscaping needs due to the hurricane and whatever.
I think it's
But it
helpful
is
to
an
know
issue.
though, since we are in budget, it's helpful to know that that is an issue out there.
Right.
If we can address it. You're right,
Yeah.
it's gonna be bigger than $9,000, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
I'd like to see what L&P might charge
Okay.
for that, to get a competitive price.
Speaking of that, a quick question, did it get this bad because it wasn't managed properly by the
No, not a
landscaper?
bit. No. They go to the preserve and they start systematically going through and taking care of the pepper trees or whatever else is in there. And it takes some time to do it, okay? You can't just go out there one day and do the whole preserve because you might have cattails in there that need to come, that are being taken down, not taken down, but killed and let them, and so it's over a period of time that happens. And this one was just had all kinds of pepper trees along the frontage and all the way around this thing, so.
Okay, because I don't think I got the email, but I had seen some of the pictures from one of the homeowners, so that's what all the dead stuff is.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're
Okay.
the land to it.
So we'll get some competitive bidding
Correct.
and see what this might be.
Okay. The other thing, if you noticed all the trash going out to the Citadel back gate, and I think we probably, if you see Miss Perlman, you may want to, shake her hand because she called and called and called. She said, I called 3 or 4 times a week, if not more, trying to get somebody. So, me calling, her calling, and so she was, I think maybe that was a great thing there that Miss Perlman took on herself to call the city and make somebody out there pay attention to what this problem was.
They listened, because when I saw them picking it up, I was kind of surprised. I thought it was gonna be there for a long time, but.
We also signage. I got a call from our people that make our signs. We're gonna be another couple weeks out. They told me the 1st of April, but they've lost some welders. And supply chain material is all back ordered. And so it's gonna be, they have 60 different communities that they're making this stuff for. And we're just, they hired 2 more welders, he said, so hopefully it'll speed up the process a little bit. And on a personal note, I'll be out Thursday and Friday.
I saw that FPL replaced a couple of those holes.
Yes, they did. And so we called, my assistant, she called 3 times a week. And every time she called, she'd get a new number. And so it was, finally they came out and when we were, jumping up and, all right, they're gonna fix them. Well, they fixed 2 and left, right? So she's been calling again. You got 2 more. Why didn't you fix them while they were here? Well, it'll be about 40 days before we're back out. So she's calling, I told her, just keep calling.
It's a start.
Yeah.
Thank you for sticking to it.
I have one other question, and I don't know if this could be Keith or Belinda, but the last landscape report we have from the Johns is March 17, and do we know if they've been out and if there's an update?
He's been out. He was here last week.
He was, okay,
So
so we
it's-
can expect something?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Pete.
My pleasure.
I don't know if you want to talk about it now or at budget time, but we've been looking at access control, gate access control systems. We've gone and looked at a couple field trips. So it's likely we can make some changes at fairly nominal cost from what we're paying now that would help us possibly or likely eliminate one of the night shifts. Keith's trying to get a cost savings on doing that, but from a budgetary standpoint, it'll more than pay for itself very quickly. So we can talk about it some more when we get to the budget.
Okay.
So on my end, I do have the presentation of the registered voter count. As per the Sarasota County Supervisor of Elections, the number of registered voters residing within the district as of April 15th, 2023 was 1,977 registered voters. Just as a reminder, supervisors, our next meeting is scheduled for Monday, May 22nd at 9:30 a.m. And this is where we will have the proposed budget on the agenda for approval. Will everybody be here in person?
I will, yes.
I don't have any FEMA updates besides what I presented last time. All of the information has been submitted. And I do have a call this week with our program delivery manager for an update from her on where she is.
Any idea of how long? Your tax dollars at work.
We are in the next step of the process for Greyhawk, which is another district that I represent, and questions are just coming in. So it's the second tier after you submit all of your documentation, then it goes to various departments and the questions come. We haven't gotten to the second tier yet for Venetian. I do expect several questions based on all of the information that I submitted, especially the invoices as it pertains to debris removal.
When it comes to the questions, is it a similar process? You have this window to answer those questions?
Yes.
And then it goes on and goes on?
Yes, so the moment the program delivery manager gets a question, they send it to you right away because you have a small window, I think it's 48 to 72 hours to respond.
So you don't get all the questions at once? You get them
No,
piecemeal?
you get it piecemeal because every project is different, so you'll probably get different questions. I had a question about a street light, why the street light was converted to LED, and what was the cost difference between the metal halide versus the LED, and whose decision it was to make the change. So there are different questions coming up, and I'm guessing they're gonna wanna know why you're replacing an LED fixture versus a metal halide, which is what all of them were originally.
So that's the next step. And then, do you know when they say, okay, we've asked all our questions?
No.
Okay.
We're not that far yet.
Okay, kind of like popcorn, there's always one more kernel. Got it.
It's definitely a process, and unfortunately, it could take months, it could take a year, we really don't know.
Okay,
But I will update you as we go along.
thank you.
And that's all I had. Any questions for me? We do have our next item, which we're gonna go into the business item. So item number 5A is the discussion regarding the survey results. We do not have any document to review as part of the agenda, but I know that Jeff sent something to the board for review. I don't know which supervisor wants to lead this conversation. Mr. Chairman, do you want to lead this?
I was looking for my survey, which I left at home. Thank you.
I also have this one if you want to.
One of the questions that we have to decide on is what we're going to do with it, when it's going to be sent out to the community.
Excuse me. You have something different than what we.
That's the original one. What did you print it out the whole thing?
I borrowed this from Joe because I left
Yeah,
mine.
this is the same.
I left mine home.
Those are two different questions, right?
Yeah.
Because, right. I think it's gonna take a long time to digest what's here. And I think Jeff has made a good start with what he sent us. I personally think that we need to get the results out to the community pronto.
I agree with that entirely, because, you know, if the results don't come out until August,
Yeah, what's the point?
what's the
People
point
will
of
never
having,
answer another survey.
having it done?
Are you talking about sending out the summary or the?
No, the
survey?
actual survey results.
So I think what Jeff did was more an internal document.
Yes.
I don't think it's appropriate at all
No.
to send out. I don't know, Rich, what you're looking at,
Actual survey.
but is it, well, there were two files. There was an all data file, and then there was,
It's 100 pages of scale data.
it's 119. But if you take out the comments,
That's just the PowerPoint, Ken, and I think what I recommend we do is send the PowerPoint out. I think residents should be able to see the comments.
so this is the first file. There were two PDFs.
Yes,
That's the first one. I actually like the second one better, that has percentages and,
and the numbers.
yeah, and the numbers. I think that you can get a lot more out of it without having to do a lot of the math yourself.
Yeah, I agree.
So it needs to be synthesized.
One suggestion I was going to make was, if we take that file, take all the comments out and reformat it such, and I think there's a few charts that go multiple pages you could probably not include. But basically, you'd end up with about 30 pages. You could put it in a PDF, put it on the website, or distribute it through an email blast with a link to that file, so people can see the results right away. Absorbing all the comments and figuring out a way to summarize the essence of those comments, I think is going to take longer. I'm not sure. There were a few themes that came through, but other than that, they were all over the place, as you'd expect. And I don't know who among us could sit down and actually synthesize and put out something that would represent everything. It's just too much. And to send them all out to residents, it's almost out of context, because as you read through them, it's like, you know, what do they mean? And what do they mean by
I
that?
think it's mostly for people to see that the comments to me were actually included.
Well, but you can't pick and choose
No.
necessarily.
No, there were themes, because I did that with one of the dining slides, for example. I took the time to go through the 5 or 6 pages of comments, and then I sort of did a quick tally, and I think it might actually be one of my sheets in there. So I think that's helpful. I like your suggestion of that one of the other two.
Well, I think it's something people can get their hands around and absorb. Those that are interested.
Yeah.
You know, 97 to 98% of residents won't even bother to look at it.
That's true.
But for the 3% that do, I think there's some interesting stuff in there.
Yes, and I think it probably will need some kind of a short cover from, the board saying, thank you very much for, responding, we're still digesting it, but, we wanted you to have the results. I think we need to get it out.
So I agree, and it seemed to me that was the quickest, easiest way to get it out.
Agreed.
But I think if we send it out, it has to come with a, so here's what we're doing with it kind of thing.
Yes.
And I think, when you look at the summary that Jeff gave us, they really did try to consolidate some of the comments into here are the major themes, but which is the part I liked about this. And then I went through and picked out, okay, I think a couple of themes were missed, but we can talk about that later. But I would like to see regular updates at the meetings that we have here about, okay, if these are the themes, what actions have you taken to date? What are you doing next? When is it going to happen? I mean, I think we need to be very specific and very targeted about how we're going to respond to this. We didn't ask people to do this long survey
Right.
for nothing.
Oh, I agree with that.
So it can't be lost.
It cannot be.
And to have updates.
But one of the
is a
key
good
things
idea.
to me was maintenance and cleanliness in a number of areas. And to Jeff's credit, I think that's already being addressed.
I mean, and maybe that can go in the cover letter that,
Yeah.
here are some things that have happened so far. the CDD Board of Supervisors intends to get regular reports at upcoming meetings of actions taken and things
Yeah.
identified. I just think we need to say that, because it's not just, oh, great, here's the survey.
Well, no, but at the same time, it's gotta be expedited,
It does have to be expedited.
and we don't do things expeditiously.
I just think here's my concern. If we send up the full survey and all of the comments, the
Yeah.
60 pages of comments.
Nobody's suggesting that.
Oh, good. Okay.
Okay.
That's what I thought I heard, so
No,
thank you for teaching that.
Just to help.
But I think, with the survey and some summary, and then to add, it would almost be nice if you guys could even prepare off of this, one paragraph, bullet points. This is what's already happened. And this is, we're gonna report it monthly, period. Put it in the cover letter
Yeah.
and then let it rip. Because
So
I
that-
agree, we gotta get it out.
So that residents know that it isn't just a document that's gonna wind up in the back of the drawer someplace.
Exactly. And I know you've done a couple of things and are working on a couple already, which are important ones that were probably the biggest themes in here. So
Right.
let's tell people that that's.
Yeah, yeah, and the strategic plan called for a focus on dining, and clearly there's a huge focus, Jeff, in what you prepared on food and beverage, and we heard some of that today, so I think if people can hear a little bit of that as well, based on what you have in here, I think that'll be good too.
Happy to.
Can you draft something?
Sure. Okay.
That would act as the cover to justify with the 25, 30 or so slides, charts.
Sure, I'll coordinate with Heather and we'll put something together.
Okay,
Sounds good.
does that work?
Absolutely.
Yeah. When,
Yeah, and then, okay, after we draft the cover letter and, put a few things in there about what has happened so far, who wants to be the point person for review or whatever.
well,
Because
I
then
think we
eventually,
all, Heather, I
Okay.
think we all would like to see it.
okay,
Uh,
I meant
we have-
like my contact, who would be the.
We have volunteered
Okay.
because of social documents.
Okay, and then from there, we'll get the feedback from the three of you, then I'll get with, Cheryl, and then we can go from there for e-blasting it out with this cover letter and like the link or the PDF attachment of the survey. Is that kind of where we're,
Yeah,
the
if we
direction
could,
we're going in?
if we could all get a copy of the draft
Draft
letter,
letter.
cover and what the file will look
Look
like.
like, yeah.
This is the PDF all data file.
Right, and you're, the one that we're talking about is that minus the 60 pages of questions or whatever, or answers.
Comments.
Comments, that's the best word.
64 pages.
64, yes.
Okay.
We're not using round numbers here, we're going straight to the.
And it's, I mean, you already know this, but it's fine to send your comments that way, but no reply all.
Yes, right.
Correct.
What do you see as a timeline? There's a lot of stuff going on your part as well, but when do you think you might be able to have something like that done?
Next board meeting?
I'll be out of the country for the next board meeting, so we can probably get it done right before.
Okay. Get it done by, I'm sorry?
Yeah, right, I leave on the 20th, so like probably by the 19th then,
Oh,
or
great.
so, or no, I have to do it a couple days before that, so we have time for comment.
Yeah, exactly. So today's the 8th, right?
Yeah.
Do you think you can get it by next Monday? So this week, I mean, you have the file, right? It's just really drafting the cover letter.
Okay. By next Monday?
That'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions regarding the survey?
I don't think so.
Just in for future though, so this is just us kind of, like putting together some of like the bullet points for the summary to go in, but then are you guys still going to work on getting like a group or a committee to actually like go and review all of?
I think.
Well, wouldn't each committee kind of do their own area?
Yeah. Do all the committees have the survey? Not yet.
Nobody has
Not
to.
yet.
Nobody
Nobody
has, yeah.
So I think that once it goes out to everybody, I agree with you, each committee can take and look at
But we'll have to get them the
The all data, the
Right.
full
Yeah, the
PDF.
full.
So the
So
committee
we'll-
should have different.
Okay, so we'll just wait for you guys to tell us to release the entire copy, then to the specific, committee members or however. Okay, I just wanna make sure that we're just kind of like, we're doing kind of like the summary part, but you guys are still reviewing like,
Exactly, I'm wondering, since we have it all, like, and I don't know how y'all feel about, yeah, I mean, I could take the stuff pertinent to dining and social and send it to dining and social. I can take the landscaping stuff and send it to landscaping. You can send the facilities.
But you can't break up the PDF.
You
Yes,
can
you
break
can.
the PDF, but
You can.
the comments you can, the way they're in
No,
here.
you can break them up if you just have to have Adobe Pro, which I do. I could chop it up.
So Jill could do it for us. Did you just volunteer?
Well, I could chop it up. I always volunteer. I could chop it up and send it to Jeff or Heather.
So we're really talking social dining, and rackets, fitness, pool.
Well, see, and what I was thinking is.
Some
that
are
you-
combined
Yeah.
as well, some of them are combined, but the reason we suggested a committee, because a lot of them are all over the place.
yeah, especially
wanted-
with the last question where it was like, do you guys have anything else to share or whatever? Those are kind of all over the place.
So what would you see
too.
the committee doing? Splitting up the comments?
Well, I'm just thinking we did all of this work and you have all these comments. We're basically just summarizing like a few, like cover letter type of thing. But actually for somebody to like review, like you're saying, each one of those subcommittees, so that we can, get, either figure out the different ways to disperse that information or figure out how to make it better, everything better.
There's only 3 committees that would get it.
I mean, I could just sit for.
I don't think, to me, another committee is gonna
I don't
usurp
wanna
the
go
authority
back
of
to
the
yeah.
committees that are already in place. So,
Can't
What
we just
if-
send the whole document?
We could just send the whole document. I know, I was just thinking that, because it's gonna get so cumbersome to try and figure out which committee gets which comment.
yeah, that's
I
fine.
think for the committees, they are committees of the board.
Right.
We'll just give them the whole thing.
I think you should ask them not to disseminate it.
Well, of course, I think that needs to come with a cover letter too, to the committee members saying, do not disseminate. This is for use in
Committee.
developing plans.
And we're gonna do that.
I think that's a better idea, because the more I think about splitting those comments.
Yeah, that
So
could.
the liaisons to the various committees are going to take on that responsibility and set a time when you're gonna deal with it at your committee meetings. Okay, that works.
Okay.
Everybody good with that?
Yeah.
I have no problem.
And just so I'm clear, because unfortunately I had to be out for a second, it's this one that we're sending out.
No, that
That's the
It's the
doesn't,
River Club
no,
version.
no.
No.
It's
Oh,
the,
which
it's
one?
that one with all the comments.
The 119 page,
No, not that
119.
one.
The
Okay.
full 190.
The other file,
big
not
guy.
that one.
Okay, no, that's fine.
It's the,
Glad
it's
you-
all data
glad
file.
you
I think that's
asked that
part of
question.
It's not,
It's
okay.
2 different.
Yeah, all data file.
This one that you guys saw, this is kind of what we created for our in-house, like that we shared with like the
That's not
department
what-
heads and stuff
Okay,
like that.
understood. Sorry, I missed part of the plot there.
It's the all PDF, all data file.
Yep, got it, fully understood. I
Okay.
looked at all of them.
119 pages. Yeah, it's this one right here. It starts, that's page 1.
You guys already have a copy of that, so each of you will go ahead and send that to the proper, okay.
Ready?
No, the cover will go with what we sent to the.
I think,
The cover will go with what we send to the community. What we send to our committees should be under our cover,
Yeah.
which says, this is for our use, do not distribute, this is important, yeah, do not distribute beyond the committee, this is for our discussion only.
Focus on your
Why
area.
can't we just have one, Jeff, gather the information together and it be distributed to us and we'll sort it out? Why do we, well, you following? No.
no,
Yeah.
You already have.
no,
Yep.
I'm not.
Okay,
Explain it again.
okay, you're
We're
saying that
doing-
we should send out the PDF, right?
To
To our member, to our committee
your
member,
I have
committee.
an idea,
yes.
okay.
But why
What
should
would
we
this, I know, would this help? If Rich nominates, I think you're the only one, can you send to all the Board of Supervisors? You can send an email to all Board of Supervisors.
Well,
Can
we
any
all-
of us do that?
We all can.
So
Just
if one
do
of
not-
us,
Do not reply. That's
if
what
one
I'm
of us
saying.
just says, here's the attachment, here's the cover letter you should send to your committees, have
That's
at
the
it.
best way to do it.
So we just need one person in this group to volunteer to do that. I would find do that, I would do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
And you explained my point perfectly.
I know,
Perfect.
understood, yeah, it took me a
Yes.
minute.
No crossing
You know-
wires.
You know the
Yes.
responsibilities of
Yep.
the individual members, right?
Yes.
Like committees, okay.
Yep.
Okay, good to go with that.
Okay.
Keep talking, Cheryl, you're gonna have a lot of stuff to
Okay, so moving forward, the next item on the agenda is item number 5B, which is the consideration of the traffic law fix radar sign proposal. This is behind tab number 3.
These were the two things that Rick alluded
Yes,
to, right?
he did touch on this.
Right.
So the total amount of the proposal is $6,373.
And that's for both sides.
That's for both.
I'll make a motion that we.
Wait.
Oh, no.
You want to talk about that?
Yeah, we wanted to.
Well, we can,
You need to make a motion, you're right.
and then we can talk about it, right? So why don't we do that, just to move things along? So I'll make a motion that we accept the proposal as presented for $6,373 for the two signs.
Second.
Now we can talk about it.
Discussion.
Okay.
We need him.
Ernest, do you want to go first?
Well, I'll start by indicating that I believe in equal protection and enforcement under the law. Now, in looking at the statutes, we are specifically addressing probably cars, motor vehicles. I would be supportive of this if it addressed traffic violations for golf carts as well. Okay, golf carts are defined as motor vehicles under the Florida statutes, the last I looked. And they are subject to traffic control devices.
The sign picks those up.
Okay, pardon me?
Those signs pick that.
I know, but I would like the enforcement, the code enforcement or the traffic enforcement committee to cite both cars, motor vehicles, as well as golf carts.
If we do that, we have to start putting numbers on golf carts.
Well, you
Pick 'em up,
can't
put it
have,
along.
otherwise you have selective enforcement, which is totally improper. Under statute, we're subject to a lawsuit problem behind it.
The vast majority of the golf carts don't exceed 22 miles an hour.
We're talking about stopping.
Well, that's none of these signs, from what my understanding, simply give a readout of what the speed was as you pass through it. And then they count the number of cars and they can, Rick puts together a summary for it and all that. But as far as, they don't take a picture of anything, that's not what they're capable of doing. However, the traffic hawk.
Right, he's getting.
Traffic hawk does have
However,
that capability.
Yeah.
Can I
that's
make
what-
a comment? Somebody on the traffic committee, and this might be part of the confusion, has approached me specifically to say, why aren't we getting the ones? They believe that there are systems like this, there's one that takes pictures as well.
Yeah,
that one
It's the
does.
upgrade, it's the
That's
upgraded
it.
version. And they said, why aren't we doing that to supplement the traffic cop? That's what I wanted to talk about, it's just, my question is, if it's a CDD, who's gonna do that follow-up? Because there's not anyone on the CDD, so the POA would have to agree to work those pictures just like they work the traffic cop pictures, and I have no idea how much those cost.
We don't have any, I think that the POA, I could be wrong, but I think the POA is pursuing fines and things along those lines. We don't have that capability.
So we would have to, like, if we got the one that took pictures, that's what I was saying, we would have to
Yes.
give them to the POA and say, here you go.
Or give them the ability to
If you
download
want
from our
them.
sign or
Right,
however
our
it works. Right.
So are they willing to pay for the funds, those signs?
A singular person,
The
them to
differential?
pay? I just told you the extent of my conversation. Yeah, there was no other conversation. I didn't even know if that option existed, so that's the only reason I brought it up in question is, does it even exist? And Is it something we should hand out?
Now that I'm thinking about it, I think Rick had said something a couple of meetings ago about some of the updates that can be put on these signs, that they can do certain things. My question is, if it can do all of those things, are we going to enforce it?
That's the
Right.
question.
That's really my concern. I mean, we can spend whatever you want to spend, but if it's not going to get used, the traffic court wasn't put out for, I didn't know what the reason is, but we spent $2,700 to update it, and it's sat in the garage. It's unacceptable. That's absolutely unacceptable. If we're gonna upgrade these radar devices and then we're gonna do nothing with it, I find that unacceptable as well. Don't have a law unless you're gonna be able to enforce it. And the enforcement is on the POA, and they have to enforce what the rules say.
So do we need to discuss with the POA before we decide on this?
I heard Rick say he had ordered them.
Yeah.
Oh, did he?
Oh,
Well, the direction we received at the last meeting was to correct the issue, which
Correct,
is
right.
to move forward with the signs. So unless, I'm pretty sure if you need to cancel the order, you can cancel the order because nothing has been paid as of right now, but
We need to let him know.
we need to let them know.
Well, I think, my own personal opinion is I think the signs should be ordered. Because I think they are somewhat of a deterrent, because sometimes people lose sight of their 28 miles an hour and then they're going 38 miles an hour. So I think it serves a purpose, and I would like to see them working. What we do with it after that, if the POA is going to become involved with greater enforcement, I would support that as well, but I think we need to have the signs working.
oh, the current sign.
The current sign, I'm not talking about the new ones, the current ones.
Putting good money behind bad money.
And part of that should be, assuming that we get some insurance coverage for it, so part of that should be from the hurricane damage, right? Because they were damaged during the hurricane. So we're gonna have an outlay of $6,300 and change for this, $6,400 almost. Hopefully we'll get something back on insurance.
So is this
The
a
signs need to
replacement? Is this a replacement or a fix?
These are replacements.
It is a replacement.
It's a replacement because they can't be fixed.
That's what I heard him say.
Right.
And it'll take some time to coordinate with the POA anyway.
Yes.
If they're willing to take this on, so.
Mhm.
All right. Yeah, I heard that. Yes.
Yeah. So, any other comments?
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4 in favor, 1 against. We now have item number 6A, which is the consideration of the minutes of the Board of Supervisors meeting held on April 10th, 2023. These are behind tab number 4 for your review. Are there any questions, comments, and/or changes to the minutes as presented?
I have no additional changes.
No questions, comments, and/or changes? We'd be looking for a motion to approve.
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second? Is that Jill?
Cheryl?
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is item number 7A, which are the consent items. We do have minutes of the Racket Sports Advisory Committee meeting minutes of November 14th, 2022, December 13th, 2022, January 9th, 2023, February 13th, 2023, and March 13th, 2023. These are behind tab number 5.
I have a question.
Me too.
Why, this is May 8th and we're approving minutes from November, December. How come it took so long for these things to be sent to us? That seems excessive.
It is excessive, and I can't defend the.
Okay. But you'll speak with the committee?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
All right.
They can.
That's all I was,
This
that's
will
all I was
not be,
looking for.
as we move forward, this
Okay.
will not occur
Thank you. I'll make a motion that we accept.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
Interesting reading the dynamics of
Yes.
the rules game.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Supervisor requests or comments? Are there any supervisor requests or comments?
I'm just gonna say one thing. You know, we have had some emails, we have had some, employee changes, and I would hope that we all, as a board, individually, stay out of the fray, and not comment back to the disgruntled employee or whatever. In my opinion, it does no good whatsoever, and I don't know if anyone has, but I just feel the need to say it. These are vested employees. It's their decisions to be made, and we should, in my opinion, stay out of it. That's all I have to say.
Second.
Duly noted.
Thank you.
I do have one thing I would like to add on the next agenda. How long is the budget conversation, since I haven't been through that, on the next meeting when the proposed budget comes back? We do most of the work today, or most of the work today, okay. So on the next agenda, I would like to add the subject of the dog park.
There's some history there, which.
I got it. Yeah, I actually been talking to Rick, and I got huge files from him. And so I'm in the process of reviewing those, and I would just like to be better prepared to have that discussion next time.
Okay. Question, will you be holding a workshop before the meeting? We need to advertise it, so I need to know.
On the 22nd?
I guess we could, if everybody wants to, we could actually talk about some of the dog park situations, so to fill you in on some of the history of that. Or you could have documentation, we could discuss tweaking to the budget, which would.
Oh, you mean the 1 hour
save-
free form?
1 hour.
Yeah.
Discussion, yeah,
Yeah.
okay, that's fine.
Okay, so yes, 8:30, we'll hold a workshop. Jill likes those.
I love those. Well, it's only because Jeff has coffee here for us.
It's all about the coffee.
Scones.
Any other supervisor requests or comments?
I had one quick one, probably for Ernest and or Andy. Where do we stand with the draft of the final language on the change on the tennis rule for the 4-0 plus? Is that final?
Yeah, we put it through.
It's done.
Yes.
But the final form, the final form. Have we seen the final form of what the language is?
Well, we prepared it, and we agreed, we added that these matches or practice sessions will not occur during prime
During prime
time.
time.
I'm saying that to the camera.
Okay, and where would I go to find that?
Well,
You're
we
right.
can give you.
Did you send it to Carrie?
No.
Okay.
Because
So,
otherwise
you just
it's
send
a
that to
secret.
Carrie, she'll get it.
Ernest was taking that back to the committee.
No,
No, it was on this.
no.
No, I know, we agreed with it.
Right, we all agreed to just
Yeah.
the one
Yeah.
change,
We
and
had- there were
Ernest
some
said he'd make
questions.
it, and we weren't going back to committee or anything. so.
I just want to cast my glints on the final.
Can we just put it in the next agenda?
Oh, you don't want.
I mean, not agenda, I meant the minutes. I meant the minutes, so that we can have it in the next set of.
It should be in the minutes.
Just send it to Carrie, she'll put it in, she will put it in the rules.
An updated version of the rules.
It's on the website.
Okay.
It's not
That's
gonna come back
Okay.
here again,
We need
Yes.
an updated version of the rules.
so that anyone wants to go to the website can see it,
Okay.
that's all.
Sorry to cause all the.
Okay, well,
Okay,
it's,
everybody good?
Yeah, I think everything else I have is budget, so.
yes.
Are we,
Ready?
I was gonna make one more.
Go.
I agree with what you said about employee letters. There've been a number of letters recently written by residents regarding food and beverage service. I've passed a couple of those on to Jeff. And I only bring it up because it seemed like things were getting significantly better with both quality of food, speed of service, and attitudes of the staff.
I don't know if that's changing, if these were a few isolated incidents, but just, to have it out there, hopefully they were isolated incidents and things that were moving in a very positive direction continue to do so. So.
Rumors will start. And certainly as things appear on Nextdoor and on and on and on, rumors will start. And many times rumors are absolutely baseless.
Well, in this community, word of mouth is everything.
Absolutely.
Yes.
When there was negativity about food and beverage, that was everywhere. When things started turning positive, I heard a lot of my friends or people I golf with or whatever say, hey, boy, we had dinner at the River Club, it was so much better. We've experienced it. And that gets around quickly too. So I'm just saying, let's keep it up.
We intend to.
Oh, sure.
Brian is working very hard. We are onboarding a couple of new people.
But the wait staff, especially,
The
people hear comments, they see attitudes, so it's important.
You're absolutely right. And we do anticipate that we're going to lose at least one service staff member who's going to join Angela at her property. And we're onboarding additional wait staff, and we're going to make a strong investment in training.
Okay.
I did have one quick question of Jeff. Maybe it'll come up in the budget, but maybe not. In your report that you sent yesterday, it said we recommend the elimination of non-member banquets and catering. So I guess that'll come up in the context of when we discuss budget.
It will. I think that we still, or my recommendation would be that we still continue with my previously referenced $5,000 net on any non-member banquets, which is going to all but eliminate non-member
But
banquets.
we're not eliminating them then.
Pardon?
But we're not eliminating them then.
Not completely,
Okay.
but I think they're going to be few and far between.
Well, are you saying $5,000 profit, not a percentage profit?
I would recommend a set dollar figure.
So if the Rotary Club wanted to have a luncheon here, which would probably not generate a $5,000 profit just because of its size, you wouldn't allow.
I would.
Even though it might be profitable because we're pricing things differently now, and maybe make a 10-15% profit on it.
We could probably do them on and for benevolent organizations where there might be an opportunity to create either some goodwill or future revenue sources. We could certainly consider them on a case-by-case basis. I would want to get a sense of how the board feels about that. But we
Can you be arbitrary?
Well, at the
Refuse
discretion-
one organization and take another organization?
At the discretion of the general manager.
Okay.
That's why
And
we
if
have a
there's
general
a,
manager.
and if there's a member who's willing to step up for Rotary, right? I mean, to say,
Mhm.
I'd like to sponsor this, then it doesn't come under the $5,000 profit. Well, yeah, but I agree with that, and I agree it has to be under your discretion, because we're really talking about big weddings, big anniversary parties, big engagement parties. We don't need to do those unless we're making a profit that will edge out some of our fixed costs. And I totally agree with that.
And as you've seen from the analytics that we provided, the overwhelming majority of the activity that we have been doing is very marginal.
But those are historical, Jeff. The whole point.
Well, exactly.
The whole point was going forward, you have a new catering package, a different price structure completely.
And we're working through that. Brian and I are working on the new catering menu and packaging.
I'm just falling back to the survey results.
Sure, absolutely.
Because the survey results were heavily in favor of having profitable events.
When the club is not open to residents.
Pardon?
When the club is not open to residents, it's not whenever.
Well, no, I agree, yeah. But I'm just saying,
Sounds like a big discussion item for another meeting.
Jeff, do we have any other events on the books that were previously?
We do. We have one on May 20th. It's a wedding.
Okay.
I actually met with the prospective bride's groom on Saturday. They stopped by as they had tried to reach Angela and learned that she was not here. So I met with them and assured them that I would take care of them. There's also at least two others that there are file folders on. I haven't had a chance to review yet. But there's at least two others that were booked previously that we're gonna have to cycle through.
Okay. Any other questions?
how are the bookings for Mother's Day?
As of last Friday, we're at 225. I took a couple yesterday. So we're probably around 250 or thereabouts right now. We should be
That's a good number.
275, 300.
Any other supervisor requests or comments? Okay. We're now going to start our workshop. Does anybody need a break before we get started?
I guess we could, and then.
Okay, why don't we take a 10-minute break and then we'll get started with the workshop.
I'm gonna be
at 12:13 p.m.
Yeah, you know what?
So
Folks,
supervisors, we are going to, if everybody's okay with starting with the general fund, I think a
Sure.
lot of the additional detail will be the River Club fund, but
Okay.
we can start with the general fund. I distributed a couple of sheets to the board. The large one is just a comparison, actual expenditures for each fiscal year. The front cover is your contracts. So I just removed the contract portion and added it separately so you can see your contract increases year after year. So typically, I can go through line by line, or if you have particular questions regarding a line number, we can do the review that way. I'm not sure how the board wants to start.
I like line by line myself, that's.
Yeah, start
That's kinda
at the
how
top and we'll just go
Yeah.
down and.
Okay.
So save you questions, you know, the questions only pertaining to the line item that we're discussing, okay? Might make it simpler.
So we'll start with line number 19, supervisor fees. By the way, I'm not sure if I told everyone, but the actual budgets are in the tablets. They are in the main desktop screen. So if you want to open the PDF, you can open the PDF in the desktop screen. So supervisor fees, I did not increase this line item. I'm not projecting an increase here. That's line number 19. Administrative services, we are including a 4% increase for administrative services, as well as, well, that's line number 21.
And that's one of the contracts, right?
Yes, that's Rosetta's administrative services.
Okay.
District management, same here. There is a 4% increase for district management fees. And we also have included 10 additional meetings, which are billed for the entire 4 hours at the 1,045 rate.
That's the contract.
You don't get billed for that second meeting if you don't hold the meeting. District engineer, I did not reduce the district engineer fees because we're trending lower here. But Rick did not make a mention of forecasting anything lower. We can talk to Rick to see if we do need to reduce this line.
I have a comment on that line.
Sure.
For my fellow supervisors. Do we need to have him here every meeting? Just a
Well,
question.
there's often, that's a good question, I think. There's often questions that come from the community. Now with pickleball and the roads and whatever, as you know, it's comments all the time. I believe it's part of his retainer, right?
He doesn't have a retainer.
He doesn't have a retainer. He attends
Well, his
meetings, yes.
His fee.
He bills hourly for his time.
So my personal, I have two things I would like my fellow supervisors to know on that. The first is I think we should ask ourselves whether we need to have him here for every meeting. The second is, I'm gonna be honest, I've been disappointed at a couple of points where we got some big numbers of stuff emailed to us with no explanation. It happened with the Reclamite contract, and it happened with the pickleball bids that came. And frankly, I'm kind of disappointed, so I'm just gonna throw that out there.
Well, the Reclamite contract was a big number, but we had discussed
It was
it.
a big number, but there was no report behind it. There was a report inspection that was done. We didn't get that. There was no memo of any kind going into specifics on it. And I don't know about you, but when I was in the corporate world, if I walked in and asked for $200,000 with no covering memo, I'd have been tossed out of my ear.
But to be fair, Joe, we had talked about that. He made presentations, we got material on it, we had the vendor in here.
All that,
That was over a year ago.
No, it's
Yes,
over the
it
course
was
of a
over the
number of
course of a
months.
period of time. But in all fairness, we had two vendors that were here, they each did presentations.
Yeah.
It was, I thought it was fully explained and discussed.
Yeah.
It took us a while to make a decision on moving forward with it.
Yeah.
But that's not his fault.
I would agree on the first pickleball set of numbers.
Yeah, I agree.
But-
Unacceptable.
But he kind of said, this is all over the place and I don't know what to do with it in its current state anyway. So I didn't pay a lot of attention to it because I know we weren't going to do anything with it. But to this line item, I don't know if he has to be here every meeting, but I think most meetings, there's something to talk about. And because he comes to the meetings, he might go and look at something while he's down here, which is efficient for him.
Well, that's often the case.
Effectively, I was gonna suggest taking this down because I don't think it's $70,000. I think it's gonna be closer to 50. And if we want money in there sort of as a buffer to protect against other overages, you know, you can put it in as a contingency item, but maybe pickleball will draw him here a little more often.
Well,
You heard what he said.
he actually alluded to being here more often, almost as the general contractor supervisor of that project. And if that's the case, we probably will use,
But he said it wouldn't be meaningful, it wouldn't be
hopefully.
significant. He
Yeah,
doesn't charge much.
he does, yeah, so,
Yeah, I was gonna suggest taking it down to 60.
I like the idea of having a buffer in there. Something that's unanticipated.
since we have
I
pickleball
understand,
coming
but
up.
then put it in contingency.
Do that.
Because if you overspend on some other line item, don't we have to approve it separately anyway? As a budget change?
You have to amend the budget if you're forecasting that you are going to be over budget. But if it's just a line item that's over and your entire budget is not over, then no, you don't have to amend it.
Oh, okay.
I just think with pickleball and with all the unknowns about pickleball, I'm fine leaving his number higher for this year. But I agree with Jill in that, but he has been really respectful about, he gives his report and if there's no questions, he leaves. So he puts himself back off the clock, which I like. And I try not to ask him many questions off meeting, but when I have, he is incredibly responsive, like immediately, which I do appreciate. So I hear what you're saying, Jill, but
All right, so you leave it at 70?
Leave it as is.
Okay.
Trustees fees, this is not a big decrease, but I did decrease this. It's prorated, so I included the prorated amount plus $291 for incidental expenses that the trustee charges. That's line number 24. Line number 25 and 26, this is your assessment roll, financial and revenue collections. This is certification of the assessment roll, 4% increase as well. Auditing services, line number 28, this was reduced as per the new agreement with Grau and Associates. Arbitrage rebate calculation, this is a one-time charge, LLS Tax Solutions, no increase. Miscellaneous mailings, we are going to have a mailing, so I did not make any changes to this amount. Public officials liability insurance, Aegis has advised us that we should expect an increase. Their recommended percentage was 20%, which is what I included here. Legal advertising, although this shows as an increase, we actually, well, yes, I did. This is our ads. So I increased this line item. This is really our ads for our committees, our meetings.
And stuff, right?
They're pretty expensive. They're not cheap. And I am projecting we're gonna have a high cost this year because we do have to advertise our up and coming public hearings. Dues, licenses, and fees, line number 33, no increase. Miscellaneous fees, line number 34, I increased this. This is, these are your constant contact fees, plus any card purchases that Keith makes.
What does that mean?
He'll buy certain things for the office, not exactly office supplies, but it will depend on, whatever he needs. But constant contact charges for the email service, but primarily this is the constant contact fees. Website hosting, maintenance, backup, and email, these are all of your emails. The ADA compliance site, this has gone up, so there's an increase included in here of $1,561. District council, Andy mentioned his CPI increase. I did take his CPI increase into consideration and increase this line item by $3,100.
Do we need the attorney at every single meeting? I'm just asking.
Yes.
You do, Jill.
Yes.
You do?
You do. I have to say you do.
Just asking.
Outside counsel, for board discussion, I sent the board a note with the budgets. This is for your discussion. If you do need to retain outside counsel for any matter that Andy cannot represent the district for, then you would need to pay for outside counsel.
We could consider, I call it conflicts counsel, but we could consider advertising someone, advertising for those services and having someone designated as our outside counsel. And should their problems arise, we don't have to have a special meeting and go through that again. We used to do that, in Jersey, we would have someone appointed as outside counsel for the whole year. And it makes sense, especially when you have items that pop up during the course of the year.
But there's no fee involved unless they're used.
That's right. I would suggest we do that. Consider doing that. They don't get paid.
Would they require a retainer?
No.
And you don't need to be a certain, they have them where you don't have to specialize, like if we need someone to represent us on, the last one was pickleball, they don't need to be specific.
No, you advertise for outside litigation counsel and someone that has experience in public entity law as well as litigation. Okay, and that person, be it Mr. Brown or Mr. Boone, is designated as the counsel for the year. And he at a fee of $500 an hour. And if we use them as needed. So it's something we should consider.
Should we put an amount in there?
Well, regardless, I would suggest lowering the district engineer from 70 to 60 and putting 10 in here.
I don't know if
We
10
could
is
do
enough.
that.
I'll tell you the truth, I wasn't sure 10 would be enough. I would think 20 might be
What, for counsel?
anticipating.
Well, yes.
Just anticipating it.
Mm-hmm.
What are you anticipating?
I don't know.
No, we don't know. It's just,
I didn't anticipate that we'd, have to arm wrestle as much as we did with pickleball.
I know. That's why I'm saying whether it's 10 or 20, it won't matter at that point if it's something like that.
Belinda, were you thinking it would be offset by non-recurring expenses if we did have something that we had to hire legal counsel for?
Well, we need to talk about that because the way I understood from the committee is that non-reoccurring expenses would be capital reserve, which we've talked about with the board. So if we're gonna keep the non-reoccurring, you can allocate some of that towards outside counsel if need be.
Did you want to keep that here? Is that as capital?
Well, it's capital unless it isn't.
Yeah,
If
so
you
it
don't
doesn't
use
matter to you.
If you don't use it, doesn't matter. If you don't use it, you don't use it. If you use it for something else.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So you're saying, no, I'm confused now. You're saying
we
the
talked about-
$20,000 was for capital?
We talked about leaving non-reoccurring as non-reoccurring.
See, I think Jerry thinks that money would just carry over.
Well, technically, it does, but the use of non-reoccurring is not just for capital
I was gonna
projects.
say, I can't-
That's what we discussed, where
Which makes sense to me.
if you don't have a budgeted line item and you need to spend funds on something, then it would be a non-reoccurring expense.
I think it makes sense to then move 10 from the district engineer into outside counsel, and then we always have the non-recurring that we could use for outside counsel as
So
well.
you're comfortable with putting 10,000 there,
I am,
And reducing,
district engineer.
reducing that to 60?
I'm comfortable with that.
Well, I think we have to have something for outside counsel,
Yeah.
whatever the reason is. I think we have to have something there.
so I'm making the changes as we go along, and then
So
I'm adding a
we're-
comment so that
So-
when you receive the revisions, you'll know exactly what was changed.
Why can't you call it a conflicts council as opposed to outside council?
Call it anything you want.
And so you're making that
By the
line
way-
39, you're making 10 total, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay,
No, I agree with the numbers, but.
line 23 goes to 60. Okay.
And then line 39 goes to 10? Okay, so the bottom line number remains the same right now.
Prior to pickleball, was there anything ever in that outside counsel line item that was material?
We,
Material.
the lawsuit against the city,
Oh, yeah.
Those little small.
those are the
Yeah.
two biggies in the last 6.5 years. Those are the two biggies that
Yeah, okay.
What year was it added?
But in either case, whether it was 10 or 20, wouldn't matter.
very true.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, 18-19, the budget was $8,700. Actually, what was spent, that's based on actual. Line number 46, security services and patrols. This is Allied's new agreement with increase plus 4%. They have not presented an additional increase, but the contract does call for an increase in the event of their employee costs should go up. So I included 4% in the event of.
I just want to make a comment that this is crazy. If you look at their year-to-year increases, this is nuts.
30%?
And even if you go back, I mean.
Are you talking about security?
Yeah.
Well, we had a different provider
Yeah.
previously who left.
Yeah.
So we had to put it out for bid, but security across the board has tripled. And it's because of the differences in wages. You can pretty much go somewhere and be paid more at a Walmart, and security companies are having a hard time with sourcing staff members because of it.
Yeah.
They were paying
Walmart's are more
12
dangerous places to work.
They were paying $12 an hour. $12 an hour, and the supervisor was getting $13.50 or something.
Yeah.
I mean,
So-
you go to McDonald's and get lunch.
So I'll bring up again the work that Keith and I have been looking at on access control. And Keith, is there any way for us to estimate what that one nighttime shift elimination would get us?
Well, they're making
How many shifts are there in total right now, do you know?
3.
But some of them have more than one person.
They all have 2 people
Ah,
So you're talking about eliminating one person on the night shift.
at the evening shift.
So we're never humorless.
Otherwise, nobody
Right.
would be here.
you'd still have one person here.
It would be the car that we're talking about, right?
No,
Around the-
we're talking about just, and when he had to go make around, he just closed that gate. And there's a couple ways you could work it. They just have to wait, and he put a sign up like what happened when we went to,
Venice.
Venice. He put a sign up and said, "You'll have to wait, I'll be back in a few minutes." And so we sat there in my car and waited, and about 5 minutes later, he showed back up. Right, now, I did a survey 2 weeks ago. You know, there was from 10 o'clock till 5, there was 10 cars or less that came through the resident or the guest side at those times,
At our gate.
at our gate. Okay, now, if you just have, and he's there, and then has to go do a patrol through for water violation or garage or whatever, he just puts a sign up, comes back, checks somebody in, you know, it's done all over the place. Or we spend the money and have a call box that either can, and you can set them up any way you want, you know, call the resident or call the gate guard that's out patrolling to come back, and he comes back, lets him in, does his thing. And so there's a bunch of different scenarios that you can do with this. But you're getting rid of one at, let's just say it's $17 an hour, you know, 8-hour shifts.
Could you give me those numbers again, the hours and the number of, there was something you said about overnight, was the hours and then the number of cars that came through?
Yeah, it was on an average of about 10 a
And
night,
then
from 10 o'clock till 5.
10 to 5 a.m.
Correct.
About
And
10.
after midnight, it got even less.
You can put the box where if you've got a guest you know is coming in during the night because of a flight or something, you can give them like a 4-digit code that they can punch in and it would open the gate.
Okay.
And that was another.
And if it's Amazon food delivery or something, it's just gonna have to wait till the dude gets back. You know, for my midnight snacks, you know, I'm just worried.
If it's DoorDash, forget it, they won't show up anymore.
If you do that and if you give guests a code, is it the same code like for everybody for
No,
the
no.
month? It is a
Unique code is
unique code.
You
Okay.
use it in the
Good,
disappears.
because that's not,
No, that's not.
cases. Okay,
There are places that do that.
yes, I
but
know.
no.
So 2 questions on this then, or a question and a question for you guys and then a question for us is, oh gosh, let me ask the second question first, because the first one just went right into my head. Oh, the first one was the POA. Does this change anything that the POA needs?
No.
I don't think so.
You're still doing the patrols.
Okay.
And he's still gonna write violations.
Yep. And then the second thing, which I think, just throwing it out there, people are so, and I'm probably partly one of them, are very wedded to the folks at the front gate. I think if we decide to do this, or we think we may decide to do this, and before we come to the final budget in August, I think we should hear from residents, just to let them know what's anticipated.
I think that will take my personal opinion, I think that will take longer than you think to get that feedback, because we only have 2 weeks. And do you really think most of our residents knows who's there on the shift between 11 and 7? Or 10 and 6, whatever they run?
Well, we have more than 2 weeks.
We do.
What we're gonna do is estimate on, my opinion,
That's true.
we wanna estimate on the high side. And then we can't increase from there, but we can decrease.
Right.
So if we estimate it on the high side, and then by the time August rolls around, we knock that number down, that's fine.
So my second point then was, do we really think 99% of our residents knows that there are 2 people there between
No.
11 a.m.
No,
and
most people
7
don't
a.m.?
know how many people are there at all.
So, yeah. I mean, I think people know so little about the guardhouse and the contract, unless you're in it, that, yeah,
Well, no, but they like the idea of the patrols.
right. But this one changed the patrols.
No, correct. That's why we.
So we have time to get some numbers on the school box situation, for example, which could work, you know. But what number are we comfortable with in here now is really the question.
Can you?
There it is. If you're gonna go high, leave it where it is.
Absolutely.
And then if it's, you know, if you go with it, then you have budget, you could use it for the new system that's gonna be going in.
Well, that would probably be capital. And based on the numbers that the first guy gave us, it's like $6,000-7,000 one time. And the monthly cost was about what we're paying now. I think it would offset then maybe $300 more or something a year.
So leave the number where it is?
You can, if you want to do that, you can leave it where it is for now, until we get more information,
Yes.
but I think we'll end up being able to eliminate most of that increase.
Okay, so for right now, let's leave it where it is.
You look like a hero.
Line number 47, guard gate facility maintenance. I slightly decreased this line, but this is for the Citadel Gate, internet, guardhouse phone and internet. Southworth licensing fees, $224 a month. Telephone service agreement, plus the gate service agreement with Envision. We have an allowance in here for repairs. Envision's quarterly maintenance, $1,200 a year. The repair allowance is $3,000.
So if our cost is anticipated this year to be about 7,600, why would we go to 12,000?
Actually, I'm pretty much leaving it the same. I'm not sure that that's gonna be our cost. We could have more. This is based on our actual expenditures now, but it could be more.
Well, I thought the projected was 6 months actual, 6 months budget.
Yeah. But if he loses a gate arm, for example, that's $1,000. So there are parts there that could result in an expensive fix and that are not necessarily considered a reserve. I can reduce it if you'd like.
Well, you've already reduced it $452.
No, I'm thinking several thousand. What's it been in the past? We have any history on that?
We do.
Gate facility, it's been, 1 year it was 18.
Yep.
12,000, 14,000, 18,000, 10,000, 7,600 all on the board. Is that how many, is it directly proportional to the number of gate arms that get knocked down by people?
Not necessarily. It's also parts for the gate itself.
The other thing I would say is if we do the Siltadella Gate, and that's, I'm sure, gonna come out of capital, we're probably gonna have the same issue with the Siltadella Gate. We're gonna
Same
have-
issue with what?
Well, if we've got people coming in and going out at the Siltadella Gate, if we do that in the next, say, 8 months, we may need repairs, et cetera, more repairs at the back gate than we currently have.
From damage?
People are coming in and going out.
Yeah, it varies. I mean,
Aren't we recouping money from these people that hit the gate?
we do if camera catches who, we haven't had any recent accidents up there.
Last year's actual was 10,000.
Last year was 10,000. The year previously was,
Was 18,000 and 14,000 and 30. I actually am pretty comfortable with the number you have.
Yeah,
I agree.
I'm not gonna jump at reducing it by thousands, because if we averaged it out, it was only 1 year, it was about 8,000, but then there was 1 year, it was 18. So I think we should leave it where it is.
Okay.
gate transponders, line number 48. I've reduced this, but I did have a question for you on this one, Keith, because I haven't really seen recent orders for stickers. So if you have stock, how much stock do you actually have?
Right now I've got probably another 100, and because every time I order 250, and that's $2,500. And so right now I've probably got another 125. We won't use a whole lot until next season.
Right.
But it happens about, twice a year that I'm having to order stickers.
Just remind me of the policy. I get a new car, I need a sticker, I pay for it, correct?
Correct.
Because I've already had mine too.
Correct.
Okay,
It's $13.38.
okay. So the point I guess I'm getting to is that through
Correct.
resident fee.
So that would show up in miscellaneous revenue?
Correct.
Yeah. That's fine.
So we're simply laying out the money and then getting it back as we sell.
And I don't know if these things, Paul has to order from, I'm not sure where they come from. Last time I ordered, they were coming from China. So, whether there'll be an increase in these, I don't know. But I'm gonna err on the side of probably
And how much do you pay for 250?
2,500.
So it should be at least 2,500.
So there
I ordered 250.
are, got it.
250 at a time. So we really don't, we only have 2,000, we should really,
So shouldn't it be 2,500?
okay,
Just to make it.
okay. So we'll increase that to 25 and reduce the 1,000 to 500, right? Okay.
What line are you referring to, Rich?
Referring to line
I
on
did
page
48.
transponders 48.
Uh-huh,
You're just saying increase, decrease changes
okay.
from, yeah.
Yeah, increase from 2,000 to 2,500, and then the reduction would go from 1,000 to 500, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Line number 50, utility services, we are trending higher here. So we are projecting, about 48,000 year end. So this is an estimate,
Okay.
48,000.
I think that's enough.
It's hard to say, given the market currently with what's happened with, the cost of power, and some of these charges are all over the place as it relates to utility services.
Is this mostly electric and water, I guess?
That's electric, actually.
Just electric?
That's just electric. So if you look at our prior years,
Well, yeah, but the rates really jumped.
the rates
Yes.
have drastically jumped. So just as an example, 2018, 2019, we were 28,000. 1920, 27,000. 2021, 29,000. 21, 22, 41,000.
Wow.
So
So to Ken's point, do we need to jack it up a little bit more? I mean,
you can,
I don't think it's enough.
You want to go to 50?
I'm trying to, I can't remember what the rate increase was for pound light, but it was meaningful, significant. I mean, just look at your home, you're gonna see it in your home invoice.
What would you be comfortable with? We're at 48.5, you want to bring it up another 1,500 to 50?
go high and go low.
I don't know, 52,
52?
52, 54.
Meet you in the middle at 53?
52 is only 6% over this year.
All right, so if we go with 53 or 54,000, we're safer, then we want to go with 54?
Yeah.
Okay.
It'd be nice to see the monthly this year so you can see how it was trending, but
Well, but we can always, when we get to the final budget in August, we can always wiggle it down.
true.
so 54?
Yeah.
So we have to increase that number by what, 3,500? No, sorry, more than that.
Something like that. 55.
4,500?
55.
40.
55,000?
Or 54,000?
54,000, it's a difference of 5,500.
So the increase goes to,
12,100.
I'm sorry, what was it again?
12,100.
12,100?
Line number 52, utility services, effluent and guardhouse, that's irrigation and water for the guardhouse.
Which,
We are trending much higher here.
Just for the guardhouse?
No,
No.
that's
I thought you said
irrigation.
irrigation, yeah, I wanted to ask.
So I was
Irrigation
like,
and
what?
the guardhouse.
Oh, okay.
Is it all
I don't know
the
why it says
islands
that.
and then the fountain, or what's included in that irrigation, do you know? Or does Keith know? I'm just curious.
Irrigation would be irrigation community-wide. Well,
On
no,
common,
sorry.
on common property, and
Common.
there is down the islands. Now, the irrigation for the front fountain is not controlled
Okay.
by LMP. But the irrigation down the islands and down the side, down Veneto, Medici Berm, down Laurel Road.
I see all that. all that.
And it's trending up because we are, older community that, the stuff we put in is starting to, and we've been going at it, fixing it because it blows on us, so.
And this doesn't include, obviously doesn't include the reclaimed water bill.
That is,
Oh, it is?
yes, that's the actual percentage that is paid back to the golf club.
Okay. So does the golf club get the bill from the city for the reclaimed water?
They-
Because it goes into that lake?
Well, they send us an invoice every month
I see.
for our portion of it.
They meaning golf club does?
Yes.
Got it, thanks.
So we're comfortable keeping that the same, or moving it up 13?
Up to 20.
Yes, 20,000? Okay,
Aquatic maintenance, on line number 54, I received a notification from Solitude. They are providing for a 4% increase.
okay.
Line number 55, fountain repairs and maintenance. I did not make any changes to this line, left it as is. We are trending a little bit lower here, but not by much.
Okay,
Line number 56, same thing here. Solitude also provided for an increase in their contract, but we also added areas supervisors that were not part of our agreement. That's why it's showing $10,000.
right.
Okay, so it's just areas like with Balanza and some of the other. is that what you
There
mean?
were
Yeah.
2 additional wetlands that were not part of the agreement that were finally deeded to the district, and we took over the maintenance on those.
Thanks.
Okay,
Stormwater system maintenance, I made no changes here. This is in the event of a need to clean out any of the lines. If we do need, we have not had any expenditures yet. But I made no change to that line.
Since that storm, didn't
We have not had to pump out. Rick found that our stormwater management system was working as it should have been during the hurricane. So he has not made any mention of the possibility of having a drainage inspection. We probably should have a draining inspection prior to the hurricane season. So I'll discuss that with him because we may have to have some of the lines cleaned out.
okay,
But he found no areas where he was concerned that we may have a major blockage.
Going into hurricane season.
okay.
Office administration, these are office supplies, water, cleaning supplies for Keith and his staff.
That strikes me as a big number.
Well, we also got the guardhouse in there too.
Forget about that. It's there.
This is, the next line number 60, staff salaries payroll. There is an increase here. There's an increase for staff accounted for here. This is a public meeting, supervisor, so we don't discuss staff salaries. If you have specific questions about staff pay, let me know and I will connect you with Greg or Luciano so that they can provide you with whatever information you need.
Can you just clarify, is this a change in staff makeup or credentialed people? Is it additional people or is it cost of living
It's
and
cost of living,
merit?
correct.
Almost 8%.
Cost of living for staff.
I think my struggle with it is 2 fiscal years ago, the number was $50,000 less. And in 2 years,
Well, you also didn't have, at one point it was just the field manager. We didn't have an admin.
21, 22?
No,
Sure we did.
we didn't have an admin when Kareem was still here.
Yeah, but that was 5 years ago.
Yeah,
It was at 175, and then there was an adjustment made. So there've been 3, this would be the 3rd increase in 2 years, if memory serves.
Yeah, there's a big increase
There
between
is.
20 and
It's
21 and
huge
21 and
increase.
22.
there is. There is.
I mean, it's annualized, it's a 12% increase over 2 years. Or 14, whatever the number is, big number. What do you all think?
I agree, I would like to know what happened between 20 and 21 and 21 and 22 because they're both big numbers.
Did we go from part-time to full-time?
No.
No.
No, we hired, when the prior gentleman retired, there was a new person hired at a higher rate.
This is 3 people.
3 people.
And was it 3 people last year and 3 people the year before?
There
Fiscal
was.
year?
Yes.
So it's always been 3 people.
Correct.
They're all full-time?
All full-time.
And that number includes benefits as well,
It does.
and all of that is gone up.
They need to be all full-time?
Well, that's the question. Do they need to be on?
If we didn't have an admin before, what's changed that would require full-time?
You did not have an admin before, but then you had the complaints that the field manager was not available to residents because there was so much work.
Yeah.
I cannot, that would be a question for Keith on the workload, whether or not he can do both jobs and still
No,
dedicate.
I wouldn't
Yeah.
suggest eliminating it, I'm just saying, does it need to be full-time?
That would be a Keith question.
With Dan, yes, maintenance.
Yeah.
With, the admin, probably not. You could probably, a half a day, morning. And, while I'm out doing my things out in the morning,
Is that the busiest time for you?
usually first things in the morning and, from until about, 1 o'clock. But,
Then you're gonna lose them.
yep,
We're not a charity.
I know, but you hear the people complaining, staffing and all, and you hear what the residents are saying.
Well, people complain about anything.
Yeah, they do.
They're gonna complain about something.
It's a tough market right now for employees, but at the same time, full-time, part-time positions are difficult to staff.
at
Because
least.
there's no
Yes.
benefits, and that eliminates a lot of people.
For sure.
To get some, other people out there, like, others hours, where kids get off to school and then they're home before the kids get home.
Just gotta find them.
And that's not easy,
Same,
so.
same population that food and beverage is looking for.
I think we got a grin and bear. Well, then,
I think that if we're looking to keep quality services, we need to have staff to do it.
I'd like to understand what's involved. If Keith thinks that if it's not a full-time job, or it doesn't have to be a full-time job, My view is we have 3 people in this building doing admin work out of a staff of X, and that's a very high ratio, at least in the private sector, that's a very, very high ratio. So maybe it's something structural, maybe we need to ask ourselves structurally, is there something that needs to be done differently? And maybe it's not something we can resolve today, but.
What 3 people do they have?
You have somebody in the POA office, you have somebody with Investa, and you have somebody with Rensetta.
Yeah, but you can't really, like, you can't do coverage between those entities is the problem. Because I agree with you, if there could be a coverage share, but I don't think that's gonna, when you've got 3 different entities that have to coordinate and agree.
And it's all different money.
I think that's bigger than this meeting, so.
Sorry. I think
Well,
that for our purposes
my view is
today, again,
yeah.
we can always come down.
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
And then, Jill, I don't know if you remember, but, when Carl joined the board, this was a big topic because of the level of service the board wanted to provide. At the same time, when Corinne was here, which I'm sure you remember, she was dedicating a lot of her time to doing POA things, which were taking away her time from being able to be out and about, doing her inspections, and really doing what the field manager should do. So once you start commingling in between, where are the boundaries so that each employee can do what their workload is and what they're supposed to do? The POA for Corinne was a little bit overwhelming because she was taking way too much time in getting
She's working on
involved
the estoppel stuff, I
in
remember.
POA matters. So
It's probably a larger question for the board to noodle, to Rich's point. And it's certainly not personal, it's just, I'm looking at it with my corporate hat on, scratching my head and saying.
there seem to be on a weekly basis and probably on a daily basis, a lot of fires that need to be put out. And it's a lot for one person to handle. I would say we should, for right now, we should keep the number where it is. And again, we can always revisit it.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Okay?
Yep.
line number 61, slight decrease here. This is telephone services and internet services for the office here.
Can I ask a question about that?
Sure.
Are we using voice over IP for the phones? I'm just wondering now with Comcast, because I sort of took this and I took it also with the River Club budget and said, we're spending a lot of money on telephone. Are we looking at it the right way? Because I realize it's the infrastructure that we're providing, right? And it's just the number you need. But again, maybe it's a structural thing that we need to look at the board level to find a way to reduce the cost, but still get it done.
This is through Frontier, and I don't believe that it's voice over IP. But it is
But if
something
Comcast
that,
is available, then
it is something, if it is,
it's just something we should think about as a board.
Something
I
we
know
should
it's not the biggest
consider.
number in here, but I just want to flag it. I think it's something we should think about. Thank you.
General liability insurance, same thing here, 20% increase as per Aegis's recommendation. Property insurance, same thing, 20% increase. This could go down once we receive our renewal numbers, but I want to make sure that it's in here just in case. Landscape maintenance, this has been increased by $26,000 as per the new agreement with LMP. Holiday decorations, I left it at $5,000, even though we're showing the formula's picking it up as trending for more. I'm not sure if the board wants to expand holiday decor or leave this as is.
I think we should leave it as is.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
That's not acquiring new declarations every year or anything, right?
Not here, no, this is outside.
Yeah,
like
that's
the
what I meant.
service.
It's the same. Okay,
Paying the service.
okay, so it's a
It's a rental.
contractor. Yes, okay.
Rental.
Rent-a-wreath.
Line number 66, irrigation repairs. We're trending less, but this is an unknown. If we look at the history on irrigation repairs,
is a bit different. 1,000, 47,000. 25 to 30.
Yeah, so we, 1920, 47,000. 2020, 2021, 25,000. 21, 22, 30,000. You could have a main line break, similar to what we had previously. So it really is up to the board as to whether or not you want me to reduce the line item. I made no change to it, but we can reduce it.
System is getting older.
It is.
And
I wouldn't
that doesn't mean like fine wine, it's getting better.
Right.
It's,
It's a fine line.
I think we have to be realistic with that number. So I would say.
The new pumps that we put in are helping in that area because it's not pounding the pipes like it used to with the old pumps.
Really?
Oh, yeah,
That
by,
was one of the reasons we went for the more expensive pumps. It was not going to, the pressure is less in the new pumps than it was. So that's a good thing. But when I see the number of irrigation repairs that we do have, I'm a little reluctant to reduce that. So I would think we should keep that where it is.
I agree.
Okay.
Line number 67, there's no budget. This is hurricane-related expenses. Line number 68, landscape mulch.
Question on hurricane.
Sure.
No, you're gonna say the same thing.
If we're looking at replacement costs, would that not be a good place to keep track of it?
Or would it be, I was gonna talk about it in landscaping, since I have a little analysis. That,
No, that's just a question. We don't have to talk about it right now unless this is what we want.
but we're gonna talk about it now, we're in 4 lines.
Four
So,
lines. You need 4 lines.
talk about it in 4 lines.
Okay,
No.
hold that thought.
All right.
For 4 lines.
Mulch,
Mulch.
I've increased mulch based on our actual costs. It's not very high, but
1,000.
1,000. Landscape flower program, I left as is, even though we are trending lower.
Okay.
I'm not sure, Cheryl, if,
I think we missed a rotation. I think that's why we're trending lower. Yeah, I don't think it's, yeah, so I think you leaving it the same is a good idea.
okay.
9,500 and 22.
Okay, miscellaneous?
Landscape miscellaneous, we're trending a little bit higher on this one, but I left as is. Another question for Cheryl here.
What would that be?
This is miscellaneous replacements. You have to cut down something, removals, something that would be billed out of contract would go here. So anything that we've done through LMP that is not a replacement, for example, if they have to do an area or do something that's not contract specific, it would go here.
Oh, well, then maybe this is where it's about my
It's a big number.
my little spreadsheet here.
Mhm.
Little spreadsheet with big numbers on it. You want to talk about it now? Okay.
Last year, that was 18,000.
Yeah.
And the year before, 12,000.
So Cheryl, while we take one and pass it down, so we missed the rotation. Do you think we missed the missed rotation?
I
You know what I
think we
mean?
missed a rotation. We just did flowers, and the next one will come up late fall.
late fall.
So yeah, I think,
We missed the rotation of those hurricanes.
exactly.
Oh.
So, I mean, yeah, it was a valid reason.
Yes.
So we missed it, but we
Yes.
didn't miss it.
All right, so what I have given you is for consideration. The landscape committee spent the entire meeting looking at, let me talk about the prioritization first, because this is 2 components. One is, we can't do everything at once, so if we're looking at all of the areas we have to address in one way or another, how do we prioritize? And so the committee took a long time to look at how many residents are affected by each of the items that we have to do. And so that's how we really tried to do the prioritization. So you can see we started with the front entrance because everybody gets to see that. Then Laurel Road East because of the number of homes there and all of the issues with the fact that there's nothing there right now. And yeah, we'll talk about that. Then Veneto. So you can see as you go down, I want to point out a couple of things. Monuments, we can talk about, roundabouts. We'll talk about a little bit more because if you remember, there was approval to do roundabouts. I don't know when it was, a couple years ago?
About 2 years ago, we agreed to do 5 or 6.
Okay, so there's actually a reserve to do them all.
It was
And
more
the
than that.
reserve
It
is,
was more recent than that, by the way.
and it's,
It was when I was on the board, and I was on
Okay.
the board 2 years.
it was $201,000 to do the remaining 27 roundabouts. The committee has put that down, and I know a lot of work went into that, but I'm gonna say different circumstances create different decisions. So at the time, there was no hurricane, right? Everything else was looking okay, and so we thought, hey, let's spruce up all the roundabouts.
Correct.
Which was a great idea. Now, the committee and I are looking at the $200,000 going, man, we have a lot of stuff to do. And when you look at the roundabouts, they're only seen by the people in that roundabout.
Correct.
And they need to be cleaned up, but do they each need to be $7,500 cleaned up?
No.
So the committee is suggesting, if you look down below, that we remove the dead or old plantings. Generally on each one, there's a little grass, then there's a shrub that's mostly dead. I rode around on my bike and looked at them all. And then there's an inner circle that actually looks pretty good, and then a tree.
Yeah.
So if we take out the outer circle and replace it all with mulch, then you've got a nice planting and a tree. And that should suffice for a while until we catch up on all the other stuff we have to do. So that is what the committee talked about. Then the River Club parking lots, what we believe is we need to do this all with pickleball. That whole thing needs to be done at the same time so it all looks consistent.
Absolutely.
And so we've talked about Keith getting bids now for doing that so that when we have the pickleball bids, we have an idea of what the landscaping costs will be as well. So, and then the big tree replacement number, what we did is we took all 150 trees that were taken out and how much would it cost to put 150 trees back in? And it's a big number. The Laurel Road, we talked about that for just a second. That includes, if you look at Laurel Road, it's really awful right now because there's nothing, so much stuff got blown out, there's nothing consistent. It's questionable whether you can revive anything to make it look like it has a plan. And so what we put in this number was prep and debris. We're basically going down and taking everything out of that road.
Except for the big trees that are
Except
there.
for the big trees.
And then putting in a hedge.
By Burnham Hedge,
And
all
that's-
the way down.
And
a
that's
big
from
hedge.
where Vento comes out all the way down to the corner of the property.
Correct. Correct. And that would also include, it would include new plants that will look nice and lush, but won't require a lot of work. And then some new trees where the trees were taken out. And we will still have to talk about what kind of trees those are. Are we putting back magnolias? Are we putting back something else that might make the next hurricane? But that whole discussion has to happen as well. So this is just, the way we got these numbers is Keith and I sat down with LMP and we basically, that's why I call them guesstimates. We said, what is it likely if we want to get this community back to where it was before the hurricane hit? We're trying to figure out what is this nut? And so we went through every single one and talked about what we would do, how much we would do. Monuments, for instance, we talked about nothing big, like $1,000 a monument, basically, just to put in some low ground cover so we don't cover the names, but so it looks nice and it's consistent, but no big deal plantings. So we're trying to be respectful of that, but also consider what we keep hearing about wanting to go back to, it needs to look lush, it needs to look pretty, therefore it's gonna need some work. So bottom line, it comes to $1,438,000. The proposed budget, and I just took the one line, the one landscaping, I didn't know what the miscellaneous was, so I put in the 20. And then I put in the reserves that are in there for this year as well as 2024, and that's really all of the roundabout reserve, which is the 239,421. So what we have unfunded is $1,179,000. And I wanted to put that in here because I think we need to talk about, are we doing an assessment? And I've checked with people in the surrounding communities and everybody's getting an assessment.
Everybody is getting an assessment.
And we have the benefit of having a lot of homes, more homes than the other communities, but Tuscana Isles just got their letters for $1,500.
May I ask just a mechanistic question since Charles brought that up? I mean, I've looked up the mechanism, but I'm sure it costs money, right, to do the assessment.
It's not anything else.
I mean, you've got the mechanics, you've got to pay the county, you've got an early payment discount, et cetera.
Well, if it's not gonna be on the tax roll, it's different.
Okay.
If you're not gonna make it on if it's on the tax roll, it's obviously, it's the same process. But if it's not gonna be on the tax roll, it's different.
Because I think that's one of the things we'll have to talk about is, do we do it in connection with the tax roll or do we do it as a separate assessment? But if it's not collected through the tax rolls, then aren't there collection issues?
Well, our FC department would have to collect, and anything that remains unpaid would roll into the new tax season. So what'll happen is,
That's pretty good.
if someone does not pay,
Then it rolls onto the tax bill.
it'll roll into the tax bill the following fiscal year.
That might be a lot cleaner.
Oh, I was gonna say it would
But
be
I have
cleaner
to
to just,
verify with FC, just to be sure.
I thought it would be cleaner just to include it in the tax bill and get it all done
It
in one
is
shot.
actually.
Yeah.
Is it?
Oh, I
was
think so,
asking,
yeah.
We
Is
just
it-
have to be.
My only, when I said cleaner, I apologize, I was thinking about people's visual of, why are my taxes going up? So, people still don't understand the difference.
It needs an explanation to the community if we're gonna do this, but none of this should be unexpected,
That's true.
Is there an op-ed to that though? And I don't want to totally derail the discussion, that if somebody goes to sell their house and that big number is reported there, is that a problem for somebody's, prospective buyer because they see a massive jump in the number on the taxes? That's all I'm going to throw that out there.
and I think
Just a
that
thought.
anybody that lives in this area of Florida is aware of hurricane replacement, and it can easily be understood, and it's probably expected.
I think our taxes are so complex already in the CDD that I think people have a hard time understanding it. So just something to think about. We won't solve
Well,
it
if
today.
it were a special assessment, how does it show up on your tax bill?
I have to get back to you on
Don't
that.
know. That's a question
I'm
we have.
gonna pose the question with Kayla, and
I think we should ask.
I'll ask her, and then I will send the board an email on it. I just
Thank
sent her a
Thank
message
you very
through
much.
It may make
Teams,
a
but she's not
difference.
in the office.
And I'm assuming if we wanted to, we could spread this over a couple of years. And how good is the 1,179,000 number? To me, LMP is always high,
They are.
always high, to the tune of 20-30%. So,
Well, we wouldn't do
Anything like
anything
this
without
would
getting
go out
more
for bid.
bids, but
of course, and I think this number may be high by 30%.
It may be high, and by the time we do it, it may be low.
I
I agree with
understand.
you. And so my only thought about that is we always have other projects and we always have other reserves that are going to be spent, going to come up. We've got road paving coming up. We all know that, that's gonna tax us a bit. So, yeah,
Say 5 years.
yeah, exactly. 5 years out, except for the ones that are now. So, I don't know. I just think that we have a really good opportunity to do this. Not everybody, a lot of people are expecting it, right? Because of the hurricane. So why not make it as least painful as possible, do the assessment, put the remainder in reserves. And where would we put that in the budget, by the way?
That's a good question.
That was my other question, because it can't all go in landscape, but does it go into like a,
We can create a line item for it if need be,
Hurricane related?
under the general fund.
related reserve or something? Okay. All right, so there's my spiel.
That's great.
The only thing I'll say is that if we are going to impose this fee, we better be ready to produce it. Because if people are gonna reach into their pocket for whatever dollars, they're gonna wanna see it happen. Right? So we can't drag our feet on this, my opinion. They gotta see it happen.
I totally agree, and LNP kind of knows that. They've been involved in these discussions, because we're like, if we get this and have to do it in 1 year, and they said, we'll do it in 1 year. And so regardless of whether or not we go out for bids, I think we all know that we have to be on top of this, and it has to happen, and we just need to know, are we doing it in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, what's the process? And that's the other reason we prioritize, because we want people to see
Yes.
the
Yeah,
impact.
it's gotta,
Having done that
It
is
needs
so
to be seen.
helpful. It's so helpful.
How is the Laurel Road east different from the Medici burn?
There is a fine line, Keith and I talked about this, there is a fine line there. I don't know if the Medici, it crosses over, but it's not, I don't think the Medici berm is all the same as Laurel Road East.
No.
But there's some overlap, and I couldn't figure out how to determine how much of that was different, so I just left them both. And so if for anything, we're talking about $50,000 more than what the estimates were. It's not significant given the total.
And then Laurel Road East, are you talking about everything inside the fence? Because there were
Yes.
trees that came down outside the fence.
That belongs to the city,
So we're only talking about inside the fence.
correct.
Oh, that seems like a lot.
The hedge alone,
It all depends on what you do. You know, I mean, how you want to approach this with Laurel Road. You want to take a bulldozer and bulldoze everything out except for the big trees that are there and those, and then replant it with a hedge and some other plantings so that it's all beautiful and the same, other than what it is right now, then that's that number. If you want to put some trees here and then go down and put a hedge here and then go over here and put something else here, then, you know, you're gonna have a mishmash of going down through. So,
I vote for uniformity.
yes, me too.
It's a lot better to maintain,
amen.
and it looks better.
I vote for somebody professional to look at it and,
Oh, without a doubt.
and give us some suggestions.
Without a
We
doubt.
will get bids on it, most definitely.
Oh, but bids on what? I mean, you gotta.
Well, the bids often come with suggestions of what to do.
Yeah.
I mean, but the committee also talked about getting I can't remember, the landscape designer. That has not worked out really well for us in the past.
No.
So we
That's
don't want to
not-
do that.
No,
Just if that's what
I
you're,
don't
okay,
do
good.
that.
I just want to make sure that's not what you're.
No.
We will tell them what we want the outcome to be. We want privacy, we want less headlight action, we want a little sound barrier, therefore, what do you recommend and what would your proposal be? And then we can evaluate from there.
Should we include in this, I'm channeling something Ken said several meetings ago about the Chilton delegate becoming two-way. And needing something landscape-ish on Chiltadella
Right.
on the west side. It's probably not gazillions of dollars, but is this the right list?
Well, that's in
Yeah,
here.
it's in here,
Oh,
it's
it is?
number
Oh, it's right in
11.
front of me?
Well, no,
Well, it's-
footnote.
Yeah, it's a footnote because we're only responsible for the
Footnote,
west side
got
and
it.
it's really just trees.
Yeah.
And so the trees are included in that 440.
Okay.
Trees or hedges?
Mostly the hedges, actually, they aren't bad. If you look at it, they cleaned it up.
It's,
No, I know, I look at it every day.
it's pretty full.
Yeah, it is pretty fun.
So, but there are some spaces, and
trees.
with all respect to the residents that live
One of those.
Yeah.
on the other side, you have to do something there.
I sure do.
That's if you did something at the gate and you just include that in your gate cost.
Where the headlights really don't even come in.
Okay.
It's a
I
straight
think we
line.
have enough in here, in the 443. To do, even if we needed to do some hedges, I think we're okay to do that within these numbers. I did have a buffer in here and put even more money in, but I didn't want to look completely greedy. So I was like, because Keith and I talked about that, I mean, do I put a 10% buffer in here? I mean, these are guesstimates, see, we're in the ballpark.
And I agree with you on the roundabouts. I mean, those, other than the first 4 or 5 we did, to me, none of the rest of it was approved.
Right, oh, okay.
No, it was only,
Yeah.
right,
Parent reserves.
it was only the,
That's fine.
Low
Five or so.
priority, very
Five
low
or so.
priority.
Different time, different.
Low priority unless you live on that cul-de-sac.
Exactly.
So for,
But we
Well, no, there's a lot of cul-de-sacs that don't look bad at all.
so for
They just
now,
don't need
are
to
we
be
making
replaced.
any line item changes or are we waiting?
I think we should make a line item change so we don't lose track of this and then figure out how we're gonna collect it.
Okay.
okay, so what's the number?
Big number.
And I think.
Fine.
I think regardless of how many, okay, so here's the
The whole
question.
number.
Do you do this, if you do this in 1 year, we're talking about $1,000 a house.
Right.
So I wouldn't split that over 2 years. I mean,
You're just sucking.
then it's just agonizing pain over 2 years, just
Rip
doing
the
one
Band-Aid
single.
off.
Get the Band-Aid ripped off and
Rip the
and get it
Band-Aid
done.
off. So with 1,377 houses at $1,000 a house,
So you end up with 1,337,000, which should give us what we need.
it's a small number, really. In the great scheme of things, when you see what was the number at
23,000.
Boca?
Boca Grande.
23 or 25,000, right?
Yep, didn't blink an eye. Oh, I understand that.
What was it, a Boca Royale?
Oh, I- Two different places.
3,000 at Sarasota?
Well, if Toscana Isles has 1,500, I mean, that's right in our backyard.
And to
this
me,
is where
I don't think we have to replace every tree that went down.
We don't, but this will give the reserves a little bit of a buffer.
No, I'm appreciating that too.
Scott replied, he's gonna respond, he says that, you can be included in the next, tax bill, and it'll be identified separately on the assessment tables. So we will add it to the assessment table separately, just like we have the general fund, the River Club Fund, it'll be separate.
But it'll be collected.
It'll be collected in the
same
tax,
fashion.
yes.
All right. So we don't have to worry about.
Because it'll be clear.
Right.
Well, there's a line item that says assessment.
Yeah, but on the tax bill, it'll be a separate line item.
Not on the tax bill, on the assessment schedule.
Oh.
Okay.
So we can put the revenue there, but we still have to figure out what we do with the other side of that entry, right? I mean, are we putting it all in
Put
the
in
landscape?
the expenditure, so we have to add the expenditure in. So you would need to make a decision about the expenditure. And then we would have to redo the assessment tables to show the special assessment for just the 1.1 million. If that's the amount that you want to.
Actually, it'd be 1.33, 1.37
1.37.
million.
Well, it'll be a little bit more than that. Well,
1.377.
we have 1,399 units of taxation because the golf club pays 20.
Oh, so everybody would have to pay you in the golf club?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The golf club would have to pay as well.
So it's 1.39.
And all the same amount, correct?
That's gonna earn.
They're equalized.
Equalized to everybody, and 20 units of taxation come from the golf club and the welcome center. So we're at
So-
1,399, so it's about $1.4 million.
Right.
So hurricane-related expenses,
Cruises,
replacements?
Yes.
Okay.
yes. At 1,000.
So 13,
You could make it
did you say 91?
1,399, 20,
Put you about
177 plus 20.
1,397, 20 units come from
Right.
11,
Yes,
11
11 and 9. Yeah.
So Cheryl, 1.375?
1.399.
Well, no,
I'm
it's,
sorry.
I'm sorry, it's 20, so it's
1.4.
1377 and 20, 1397, so it's 1,397,000.
So now the next question is, where do you want this? You want it all under hurricane-related replacements, or do you want to?
that's where I'm putting it for now.
For now,
If you want, as we can change the description to something else and add, it makes sense to have it here because you have the expenditures already listed.
Okay.
And none of these projected expenses are gonna be covered by anything from FEMA, because they're not doing any replacement of landscaping. So
Not
keep that in
unless-
mind. Certainly there'll be some questions that are gonna come from this, but insurance is not gonna cover a dime on any of this.
But it's, to be clear, it doesn't have to be spent on hurricane related, does it? If that's,
If we get it, you mean?
if you put $1,000 tax assessment,
They call it hurricane recovery.
well, you're calling it hurricane.
Oh, I don't know, give it whatever you want to call it.
I just left it at hurricane-related expenses / replacements, unless you want to call it something else.
And are there any restrictions then on how you can spend it?
Not that I'm aware of, but we can double check with council just to be sure.
I mean, roundabouts is not hurricane related. Citadel back gate area is not hurricane related.
Well, it did get torn up there. I know what you're saying.
Do we need to put, I'm asking my.
And can we use it for paving roads?
Exactly, I mean, can we,
If it's gonna go into reserves, can we use it for anything? That's my question.
but are we,
Or are we restricted?
Remember, reserves are not a requirement,
right,
so you're not required to have reserves.
so if we put this in a thing called hurricane whatever, and then we finish a year and we've used X dollars of it, and now we have so many dollars left over, and can we then move that to reserves?
I would think so, yes.
Okay, so,
We can
That's fine.
double,
That's all I wanna make sure.
yeah, we can
don't
double
have
check
to
with
do it.
council that, you don't have to provide refunds, but the way I view it is you can most likely as a board, make a motion, vote on it, and
Right.
reallocate the funds towards
I see.
another
So
fund.
it's
because
Or
realistically, this does the hurricane replacements, and it better positions us for the future, right? I mean,
Should we be including any of the cleanup costs in this number?
well, those are the things that actually should come back from FEMA, at least to the
Could.
75%.
Could come back.
And it totals under 200, right?
Mhm.
So we might get, and that came out of operating, so that would actually technically just go right back into operating.
Anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
So, well, just one other question on that before we leave it then, because you all know about my blog. I'm gonna put this in the blog,
What are you putting there?
what we just talked about.
That there's going to be an assessment?
And you're going to.
Do you want me to?
And will you
Sure.
define,
I have
How it's going to be
hurricane-related expenses and replacements.
Here's what you might do, just a suggestion.
Yes,
It's your
please.
blog, and again,
Yeah,
it
no, but
doesn't have,
I want to,
it's your blog, it doesn't have
Official.
for official
no,
imprimatur
It
on
doesn't
from the
matter,
board.
this conversation
Yes.
is public, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
What you might do
Hmm.
is be very realistic and say it's 1,500 at Milano or this. Call a couple of the other communities around here. How much is your assessment gonna be? And do it as a comparison. I think $1,000 is very
yeah. I'll do that in
modest.
the newsletter. I just want, yeah.
You can
yeah,
quote me on that.
Yeah.
It's a very, it's a
No, I
very
just-
modest amount.
Look, I'm just transparent, just want you guys to know.
And I can tell you, my nephew lives in Toscana. That's why I know it's 1,500. Because he just bought there and he was like, oh.
So Cheryl, the landscape replacements, shrubs, trees, miscellaneous stays the same?
At this point, I would leave those there because I think they're for early on, even before we get this tax roll. Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay. Line number 72, this line item I decreased based on the numbers provided in LMP's bid. So this matches what is in LMP's pricing. So So these are the injections for the pumps.
So that goes down 4,800?
It went down 4,800.
Okay.
Landscape inspection services, this is actually going up by $1,200 a year.
Okay.
10%.
Maintenance and repairs. This I actually decreased, even though we're trending lower here. We do have an allowance in here in the event we have to replace any mailboxes. These mailboxes are pretty expensive. Each mailbox is over $1,000. And we also have sidewalk pressure washing that is yet to be scheduled in here.
If we have to completely buy a new mailbox, it's $1,300, and that's putting it in and the whole thing.
Line number 76, street and parking lot sweeping. I left this as is. This is clean sweep, $418.70 per month. Street and decorative light maintenance. These are the lights for the mailboxes and the fixtures. We're trending a little higher here, so I increased this slightly. Line number 78, street sign repair and replacement. I actually removed this line item. We are going to have signage replacements post-hurricane, but the reserve study includes phase signage replacements beginning in 2026. I mean, unless somebody completely destroys a sign, and if we need to replace one, we can probably use non-reoccurring for it.
Well, in those cases, somebody hits it with the car, chances are it's going to be an insurance claim.
So roadway repair and maintenance, these are just estimated costs. We're trending a little higher here.
That looks low.
Yeah.
Shouldn't it be 10 rather than 5?
Well, this is more just generic roadway repairs, not,
Oh, it's not like redoing
No,
Tulsa.
no.
Oh, that's
That
gonna come out of
would be
reserves.
reserves.
Yeah, of course it will. I knew that.
And line number 81, non-reoccurring expenses. I left as is. We're trending lower. 2021, we actually, our year-end expenditures were 53,000. I think that was because of, if I'm not mistaken, the aerators that were added. But 2021 and 2022, we ended the year with expenditures totaling to $21,761. Now, this is the question on this line item because of the discussions that we've had where the reserve committee, I'm not sure if it's the entire committee that understands that this line item, their understanding is that this line item is for the capital expenditures. But as you can see, we have expenditures that are not necessarily capital expenditures that we will need a line item for. So we can leave as is. And then I don't know, Ken, if you want to have that discussion with the reserve committee, I'll leave it up to the board.
Do you need to have a deduction somewhere to balance your budget again, since we increased one of the categories?
It's doing it automatically as I go. You mean on the revenue portion?
On the revenue portion.
It does it automatically. I've made the changes as we're going along. So the formulas are set at the top to automatically update.
Okay. Oh, I just caught up, sorry.
Got it?
I was thinking you started with the revenue, what it was gonna be, but you don't, and now, sorry, my bad.
revenue is the bottom line.
Welcome to government.
How long you live here?
I know.
We don't have cash flow.
So are we making any changes to the non-reoccurring or leaving it as is?
I mean, I would think that your committee, your reserve committee would have to
What's
give
your,
guidance on that.
what's your feeling on it, so that we can put a number in there?
I'm inclined to leave it
Leave it at 20?
at 20 for now.
Okay.
But with the understanding that this is not for capital.
Well, could be.
I mean, it is, but for anything that
Spend
is
a lot of time
outside
carrying
of
it.
your,
Okay.
your
That
norm.
whole conversation is, I have a hard time with anyway, because capital shouldn't come out of operating, so I really get confused when you have that conversation.
Me too.
Okay.
I don't
So I
understand.
think we should just make a decision. And say, I think we should leave non-recurring in there, because there's always gonna be something, but I don't think it should be for capital. I think doesn't make any sense.
Agree with that.
Capital's not an operating expense.
Right,
Are we gonna
we were
leave
saying the
that,
same thing.
are we gonna leave that number at 20?
Yes.
Okay,
And
got it.
That's all I had for the general fund.
Okay.
I did have
We're gonna have
one,
$1,390,000
Yeah.
sitting.
well, the total,
It's over 3.
here's the total budget with changes as discussed. $2,899,836.19.
Well, who put the 19 cents in?
LNP.
So, okay. 2,890,806. So it's really $1,502,000.
What are you deducting
The $1,397,000.
The assessment.
Oh, okay, the assessment. Okay. Gotcha.
So $1,502,000 is actually about 6,000 more, which is what we added, so that in the field operations. Okay,
Okay.
Okay.
it was $1,496,000, unless,
I'm looking at the tax assessment. Isn't that what she just said?
what number did you give us, the taxes?
The total general fund budget.
Yeah, and that's before the 4% and 2%.
That's beforehand.
Right.
Actually, sorry, go back. I'm sorry. No.
Right, if something doesn't tie back.
That's just the field operation subtotal. That doesn't
Right.
That
include
ties
the
back.
administrative portion. So that's
Right.
3,165,766.89.
$766.
6.89.
That ties back, thank you, it tied back to field operations for me, I was confused. Yeah,
I missed that.
so this is the number.
That's this number?
Yes, so now if you subtract your $1,397,000, you'll tie back to that plus the 6,000 we added.
Right.
So you're, now it ties. I have a general question, Belinda.
Sure.
Do we ever budget insurance, it's not insurance, I'm sorry, interest?
We don't. I know that with the Dana, on the reserve side, we don't because it's taken into consideration in the balances. But I know that some districts now with the FL class, and I'm not sure about with what's gonna happen now that we've started with Dana, how to project those numbers, but there are some districts that are doing it for the general fund. depending on how much they're forecasting. But we typically don't.
Because we're probably looking at 120,000.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking, because we could actually offset
Mhm.
some of this if we budgeted interest. Because even at the lowest level, it's gonna be,
We've completed the move, everything has been done with Dana. So I'm hoping that next month we should have, it's very recent.
because it would be interesting, because if they're investing the operating funds that decline over the year, there's a big number there that would offset some of this number. Or, I mean, I understand if we don't budget it, but it's certainly something we know is coming, so.
Yeah.
We should,
So if the reserve account is making interest, it stays in the reserve?
Yes.
and if the operating fund is making interest, it stays. Yeah, I mean, how much of a sure thing do you think it is, Ken? With the Dana agreement? I mean, if they're doing treasury fund,
Oh, I think it's reasonably certain at like a 4% level.
so even if we did 4% of that.
But starting, you're talking really October 1st to the
Right.
following up.
And then that return goes down because the funds are going down, so
Right,
the absolute number goes down.
But overall, it's still about,
It's money.
it's about 60,000.
Yeah.
Are you talking the percentage on the investments?
Including the operating.
Right, including operating.
The least,
Well, in the
recent one that,
the operating account.
that David sent around, the least expense, the least interest on any of them, I think was like 4.7.
I know, right. But a year from now, it's not gonna be 4.7. It may not be 4.7. Could be more, could be less.
And I guess my question is, if we know it's coming, should we be including it in the budget?
Should
I mean,
we?
as the board,
I think we should. I think
Well,
'cause it's-
I'd like to get a better estimate of it, either by them or, because it's gotta be done by account.
Could we have it by the time we do the hearing on the 22nd?
You don't have a hearing
Well,
on the
again,
22nd.
you can always take the numbers.
Or not a hearing, but the
2 weeks,
Proposed budget.
proposed budget.
2 weeks from now is just the trim budget.
It's just
Yeah,
a trim.
You can always take
budget.
it down.
So it
You
isn't
can't
until,
increase.
it isn't until August we have.
With the hearing.
You can always decrease, you just can't increase. So you
you
still
can
have,
always decrease.
You can't increase.
Right.
After the trim budget's submitted.
Right.
You can't.
So this would decrease it. If we added the
Yes,
interest, and it would decrease, so it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter, right.
But
That's
I agree
exactly-
with Cheryl, because I think that way you have a full picture. I think
Yeah.
Cheryl's
So
right, we should have a full picture.
I did an estimate for each of the other reserve accounts, because those are more fixed,
Right.
or closer, the amounts are more fixed. This goes,
If I remember his original presentation was at least 40,000, even at the fixed 4%.
I can
and the
ask.
declining balance.
I can ask Dana.
Okay, ask them
Okay.
for an estimate.
Any other questions for me?
on this account.
In general.
I'm reserving, just in case.
Do you want to talk about the general fund reserve before we?
Yes.
Can we go to general fund reserve?
I had a question, also on the appendix. Maybe, you can answer Cheryl or you can, Ken,
On the what?
on the appendix, for the reserve study.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a $47,000, amount included there, for the general fund reserve, which is the loan. I was wondering why that was listed there. The amount that I included was based off of what's in the appendix, but underneath the 369, there's a $47,000 figure. Is it just referencing the payment that's due back from the River Club?
I would assume so.
Okay.
Just from a balance standpoint, because it'll get added back.
And the interest earnings that are in the general fund reserve, is that from Dana? Or what is that?
Well, it will be Dana now that everything's
It's
getting
a
transferred.
So that's just historical, okay.
Yeah, that could be 40,000.
Exactly.
Not exactly.
Yeah.
I'm not going on the record. Exactly. See if most.
What questions did you have on the general fund reserve?
Well, I could kick it off. I mean, I looked at what the reserves contributions have been since fiscal 2021, and they went up a tiny amount. Well, not in general fund, they went up more than that. They went up by about $50, but I'm very opposed to keeping it the same 3 years in a row. I have a problem, I have two problems with that. I have a problem with the pooling method, because people aren't paying for the assets as they use them. And secondly, I think we're one catastrophe away from not a good scenario and assessment. And I think we need to look very hard at how we can get this number up. I'm not at all okay with keeping it the same. Just my 2 cents.
We're in the process of doing some updates.
Okay.
Jerry is,
Okay.
based on what Rick gave him on the streets and realigning all of that.
Okay.
There was another big item that was getting looked at. Bottom line is, when I was looking at this, my feeling was leave it as the studies recommended for this year, particularly if we're doing a tax assessment or a special assessment, some of which may be left over for reserves anyway. And then, revisit it again, because next spring we'll do another complete reserve study. So it's just, looking at the numbers, it looked like what we had in for this year was okay, based on what we know today. So it just, my recommendation for today was going to be leave it as the study recommended it for another year. And then when you add on $1.4 million.
Am I the only one who has a problem with the pooling method on this board?
In terms of determining the
Yes.
amounts of.
Can I just give you another 30 seconds? I think, in my opinion, the pooling method is fundamentally unfair because assets have useful lives. And I think you should be paying for them every year you're using them. I said it at the last boarding meeting, and I'm going to say it again. We let a lot of people sell up at a good price without fully paying for the assets that they were using because we didn't have reserves for a long time, and then, in my opinion, we were under-reserved. So I would love this board to think about, I understand this is an extraordinary year because of the hurricane, but I think we really need to have a very hard or sincere discussion about whether the pooling method is the right way to go. I'm not sure we need to be 100% funded, but I don't even think we're 30% funded right now.
So I will give you my opinion, and my opinion does differ, because I believe that people are paying for it in their CDD assessments every year because we take a portion of that and put it into reserves. And I feel that the way we're doing the reserves, we're paying for things as we go, which every association I've been a part of has done it that way, because if you do it in a way where you use like a cash flow method and you take in everything, the number is so grossly huge that it's really hard to set up a fund like that. For me, I am comfortable with the method we're using today. That's my opinion.
I think that was the opinion of the reserve committee as well.
Yeah.
Everybody on the committee was was happy with the way it was being presented.
And Jill, the fact that people that are selling now are making more of a capital gain than they would have 2 years ago because of inflation and the way real estate has gone down here, shouldn't change the way you assess reserves for everybody that still lives here going forward.
Well,
Because prices could go down
prices
at some
could go
point as
down,
well.
but
So why is it fair to charge people money they have tied up? They don't have, from a cash flow standpoint, they don't have access to that money.
it was really only, it was probably more of a hyperbolic statement than anything else. I think what I would, let me do it in the reverse. The people who have bought in here recently are buying, have chosen to buy in where we might be one, catastrophe away from having to assess people yet again. For example, what if Reclamite fails and we don't get 5 years?
Yeah.
People are gonna have to get assessed.
Might have to. But those would be the people that are using the roads then. You're gonna go back and charge the people that moved 10 years ago?
Well, no, but the point is, from the time we had reserves until the time they sold, people were not paying every year for using the assets that existed when they were here. It's
No, they weren't.
fundamentally fair. It's just my view. I don't want to beat it into the ground. It's just my
I'm
view.
missing, I don't want to beat this to death either, but I'm missing the entire point of how this has anything to do with how much money you made or lost on the sale of your home. I'm not connecting. I understand what you're saying, but I'm not connecting.
Well, no,
Anyway.
it's not how much, it's that people sold up and left and had not fully paid for. We were not assessing people for using the assets that they used while they were here. That's what we did.
But that's water over the dam.
I understand it's water over the dam.
And now we are assessing people,
So
right?
what do you want to do? Charge people that just moved in twice as much?
No, but there's a
In case
risk
they
that
move?
there is a risk that they may have to end up having to pony up
There is
because
that risk.
people in
That's
the
what-
past did not pony up.
There's that risk for all of us that live.
I understand.
We
I
all
understand.
are at equal risk there, and I think if you talk to people like myself, who has owned a house in here since 2004, the market has risen, it has tanked. Houses, this is the third house that we've owned here. Made money on the first one, lost my shorts on the second one, and now we're doing okay on this one. But when the market dropped in 08 or 09, and the value of the house I was living in dropped by over $200,000, who do I blame but myself?
No,
for
but
making
this
the poor
is
decision
not,
of buying it?
at the point I'm trying to make the point that people made a lot of money. My point is,
She's talking strictly methodology.
absolutely.
It's irrelevant whether you bought
Yeah.
high, low.
Yeah, so, obviously,
So I
we're gonna have to agree to disagree, but
Okay.
I think,
But
I think it's irresponsible.
What is your?
this isn't the
philosophy
forum for
for
that conversation.
reserve? Probably not.
My philosophy,
reserves.
my philosophy is you have a useful life of every single capital asset that we have in here. And then you take, let's say we only had one asset here and it had a 40-year life. You'd take a 40th of it, and every year everybody in here pays in a 40th of that, assuming that every year you go through, you're paying a 40th of it. So what you would do is you would look at the reserves and say the useful life of everything, and then you calculate that. It's purely a calculation. Frankly, the reserves people could give us the number. We could say to custom reserves, could you give us the number that it would take for us to get to 70% fully funded over 10 years? And it would probably, my guess is it's probably $200 a household per year.
So my suggestion is,
No.
when you run for reelection, that should be your campaign stone.
Okay, moving on.
Yes.
General reserve, oh, we already agreed to that.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so it's 4-1. Where are we?
It's all right.
On the general reserve, the amount for this coming budget is 369,283. And I'm just recommending that we stick with that for one more year. Particularly given that we're already talking about the special assessment this year. To me, this would be the year to bump it up arbitrarily.
I agree, and since you will be getting some of that bump into your general reserves eventually anyway.
Hopefully.
Yeah,
Presumably.
there's that line.
Yes, I sent them over to you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Is that it?
I think so.
Okay. All right.
Oh, I think anybody that bought a house in here prior to 2015 should get an assessment for.
I knew that was coming.
Well, I'd say like between
So we have no
11 and
change.
15.
But prior to 15.
No changes, and then the reserve study is getting updated, so we'll have a different number next year likely, correct? Yes, okay.
Just for fun, could we ask them if they can give us the number? Like, what would it be to get us?
Bring it up next spring when we have the next study done.
Okay, we'll do. I have it in my tickler file.
Okay,
Moving
so,
on.
I guess, if everybody's ready, you can start with the River Club. Do you need me for this portion?
I'm sorry?
Do you need me for this portion?
We always need you, Belinda.
I'm sure. if I-
Have you had enough fun for today?
Yeah, this has been so much fun.
We fed you.
Well,
I know.
Good, goodie bag. I had it.
do you need to be here for anything else?
Do you need to be
Debt services?
I don't, I have an extra recorder that I can, provide to Keith so he can record, the rest of the workshop. And then once, you're done with the workshop, you'll need to adjourn the meeting, as usual with a vote and a motion, a second, and close meeting. Unless you decide to continue the meeting.
There's nothing we need to know about debt service.
It's always the same.
Yeah, I figured I was, before you scamper out of here.
Debt service.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask.
Too bad we gave all that money back to debt service. We could put it in a reserve.
Oh, she's not.
We only did
that.
the assessment.
But you can advocate.
Okay, so we're over a couple more residents and recorded,
Yes.
and now it's Jack.
Yes, so I'm gonna leave a recorder with Keith. I'm not sure if you wanna take a break before you get started on the River Club budget.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to take this recorder off the record at this time. And then I will give Keith, my spare so that he can record the rest of the meeting.